"Someone we didn't know tried to pick up Dylan from school today," said his elementary teacher. The guy said he was Dylan's older brother. "Dylan doesn't have a brother," I said, alarmed. "We thought so too," replied the teacher. I suspected something wasn't right straight away. It was this tall, lanky guy with black hair. Looked in his late 30s, maybe even 40. He knew your address, Dylan's full name and birthday, and which class he was in. I went inside to check with the principal. When I came back out, the guy was gone. I was silent for a second as I stood facing the teacher outside the school gate. The gate separated the main road and a large playground and basketball court, leading into the school. All the other kids and parents had left, and we were the only ones standing outside. "Where's Dylan now?" I asked. "He's waiting for you in the principal's office," she said, gesturing for me to follow as she turned around. I walked across the playground behind her shakily, then through the corridors to the office. My 8-year-old son Dylan sat on the couch in the principal's office, still as a stone. The principal sat behind her desk, and there was a cop standing next to her. "Hey, buddy," I said. "You okay?" Dylan looked at me blankly. My Dylan was always a quiet boy. It was just the two of us at home at the time. I was a single dad. My late wife, Angie, Dylan's mother, died a year prior. She'd been hit by a car while cycling around a sharp bend, and they never identified the driver. I won't go into any more detail here, as frankly, I'd rather not relive that period. But safe to say, it destroyed me. I tried to pick up the pieces and stay strong for Dylan. Was I doing a good job? Only God knows. I received no feedback. But since then, Dylan became even more withdrawn, pretty much remaining silent until spoken to. He was even seen by a child psychologist and various other members of the welfare team at school. But after assessment, they were sure he didn't have autism or the like. He could speak up when he was pressed. He was just shy and preferred to keep to himself. The cop confirmed I was Dylan's dad, then asked me a few questions. He finally told us they'd try and find the guy and to report if we ever saw him again. The principal and teachers said a few things. It was all a blur. All I remember is sweating profusely and my knees shaking, trying to comprehend the fact that someone had tried to kidnap my son. "Dylan, you didn't know that man, did you?" asked the principal. Dylan shook his head. I was on edge after that day. Dylan was my whole world, all the family I had left, and I couldn't stand the possibility that he could be in danger. It made me sick. Who was this bastard? Why my son? Did he know us, or was it some random creep? I always walked Dylan to and from school thereafter, and was never late to pick him up again. Meanwhile, Dylan himself didn't seem rattled in the slightest. He never mentioned the incident unless specifically asked. At the time, I thought he was just timid and didn't want to cause trouble. A couple of weeks later after the incident, the same homeroom teacher called me during her lunch break. She said one of the kids in her class saw Dylan talking to a man through the school fence. When she rushed out, the man was gone. When Dylan was asked about it, he said he hadn't been talking to anyone. The girl who apparently spotted him was questioned further, and she was adamant that she saw Dylan talking to a tall, lanky man with messy black hair. The cops were called again, did a quick search of the perimeter of the school, but they found no one suspicious. That afternoon, I sat Dylan down at the kitchen table. "I won't get angry. I just need you to tell me the truth," I said, trying to steady my nerves. "Did you or didn't you talk to a stranger today at school? Yes or no?" He shrugged. Getting an answer out of him was harder than drawing blood from a stone. "How many times have we told you not to talk to strangers? It's for your own safety. You do understand that, don't you, son?" He nodded, looking slightly afraid. I realized I'd raised my voice, and I felt guilty immediately. Exasperated and running on 2 hours of sleep, I left him at the dining table and went straight to bed. That night, I woke at 2 a.m. and went for a bathroom trip. I decided to check on Dylan while I was at it. He wasn't in his room. I called out his name and looked around in the living room and kitchen, getting more frantic as the seconds ticked by. I checked wardrobes, corners, even in cupboards which made no sense to look in as he'd never fit in them, but I was desperate, thinking he'd been kidnapped. I went out into the street, yelling his name as I ran up and down it like a maniac to no avail. As I came back into the house, ready to call the police, I looked in Dylan's room for one last check. He was sitting up in his bed, wide awake, and staring at me. "Where were you?" I asked, relieved but still alarmed. "I was here," he replied. "No, you weren't. I was looking everywhere for you, and you weren't in here." I was. Had I imagined all of that? I shook my head, feeling a migraine coming on. "Just stay in your room, okay? Don't scare me." I thought my eyes had deceived me somehow, and the paranoia was getting to me. Perhaps I should have paid attention to the fact that the window was wide open. About a year after those incidents, I heard a knock at my apartment door. I was inside doing some paperwork while Dylan was in his room playing Minecraft. I was on alert immediately. No one ever knocked on the door. We lived in a block of apartments, and friends or acquaintances would always wait outside the main door, ring the doorbell, and I would greet them downstairs. This meant it was likely an upstairs or downstairs neighbor who needed something. I had a few of their numbers from when we moved in, for contact should the need ever arise, but we weren't close at all. I wondered what could be the problem. I walked up to the door and looked outside the peephole. There was no one there. Odd, I thought. Perhaps I'd heard something. Those random occurrences were commonplace now, and second-guessing myself was just in my nature at that point. As I walked back to my desk in the living room, I heard another knock. Something was up. I walked up to the door again. No one seen through the peephole. Was someone pranking us? I stood just behind the door and texted my upstairs neighbor, asking him if he'd knocked on the door. A few moments later, I heard footsteps upstairs that went in the direction of the door, then hurriedly back into the apartment. I then received a text about a minute later. "Do not open the door. There's a guy with a huge knife crouching, hiding right next to your door." My phone buzzed again. Another text from my upstairs neighbor. "Calling cops right now. Stay inside. I froze as all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I was paralyzed for a few seconds. When I came to my senses, I tiptoed to Dylan's room. Stay inside. Keep quiet, I whispered, my eyes bulging, beads of sweat dripping down my forehead. I'd never felt my heart beat so fast. Dylan looked up and raised his eyebrows as I shut his door slowly and stood outside it, about to throw up and shit myself at the same time. We were so still that I could make out the quiet but frantic talking upstairs and more rushing footsteps. I read my upstairs neighbor's text again, just to make sure my eyes hadn't deceived me. I tiptoed to the kitchen and grabbed one of my own kitchen knives, then returned to the same spot outside Dylan's room, anticipating a crazed psycho busting down the door at any second. I chanted manic prayers for safety on repeat in my head. Not a sound came from inside his room. After what seemed like years, I heard sirens in the distance, and my heart rate started to slow a little. My grip on the knife handle loosened. Eventually, I heard some shouting, more footsteps, and banging that gradually faded in volume. "This is the police," shouted a voice. I looked through the peephole to confirm that it was a cop, then opened the door, knife still in hand. They were very reassuring, and informed us that a tall, lanky man with black hair had just been apprehended and taken into police custody. He had knocked on my door and was waiting for someone inside to open it. He was indeed waiting with a freshly sharpened knife. What he was going to do with it to the first person who opened that door, which was going to be me, well, if it isn't obvious, then your guess is as good as mine. This guy's name was Gregory. He seemed to bounce around from place to place with no permanent address, even traveling between states and doing petty crimes like theft, harassment, and occasionally stalking minors. When they did a more thorough search, it turns out he'd been involved in at least one gruesome murder in a different state, and ended up being given a life sentence for it, along with his accomplices. I wouldn't have wished that terror upon anyone, but these unfortunate things happen. The side effects of that psychological damage I experienced that day has never left me. However, I know people who have been through similar horrors, but never lived to tell the tale. So I looked on the bright side and counted myself lucky. Where there's sick freaks, there will be victims. This sicko was in jail, and I thought that was the end of it. But there was a different side to the story that I only uncovered 10 years after the incident. Dylan was due to leave for college, living away from home for the first time. He'd grown into a tall kid with a surprising number of friends, still obedient, but relentlessly quiet. While packing his things and clearing out his room, I found a rugged-looking notebook at the back of his bottom drawer. "Dylan's Diary," said the cover. I flicked through it with no intention to pry initially, and saw that he had written and drawn in it extensively, with impressively neat handwriting. He'd always been a boy of few words, so I was intrigued. I began reading from the first page. Page 1. Cody's house, 11 a.m. He has to give me back my coat. And there was a few stick figure drawings. Page 2. I need a book for English class next week. Ask if Amy has one. I turned the pages, and the first few were filled with the same mundane elementary school day-to-day affairs, mixed in with a few doodles. Then I got to page 21. Page 21. Why does Dad talk so much? He won't even let me get an Xbox, and he won't let me sleep over at Cody's house. Talking back is no use. I hate him. I felt a sting, and my heart sank. I remembered that day vividly, and a pang of guilt ran through me. I turned the page. Page 22. Saw Greg today. He says he can help me get rid of Dad. I said he was lying, but he says he's done it before. It was in the news. As my mind connected the dots, I flicked through the previous pages. This was the first mention of Greg I could find. I started to sweat, but continued reading. Page 23. Me and Greg are coming up with a plan. Need Dad gone. But I almost got caught talking to him today. Mrs. Watford, that stupid old mole rat, kept asking me. She took me to the principal's office again. I think Katie saw Greg and snitched. Need to be careful. A few blank pages, with a few in between filled with scribbles and admin-type notes to self. Then the narrative continued. Page 41. The word plan was underlined, with 2 drawings underneath. The first was a stick figure kneeling by a door holding what looked like a dagger. This stick figure was smiling. There was another stick figure behind the door, with its hand on the door handle, about to open the door. The second was of the first stick figure stabbing the stick man who just opened the door. His eyes now 2 crosses. Page 42. Greg came to my house and I showed him my plan. He said it was good and he could do it. We almost got caught by Dad, but I got back in bed just in time. He's gonna get some tools from his house. Close one. Page 43. Greg screwed up. He's in jail now. Why did Dad not open the door when Greg knocked? Everything went wrong. I don't know why. Page 44. I wish my dad would just shut up. I flicked through the rest of the notebook, which was blank. Page 44 was the last entry. I read the entries a few times and pondered what I should do. I never thought Dylan was capable of such heinous intentions. Confused and upset, I acted as if nothing had happened for a few days. But on the day he was due to leave for college, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I brought down his duffel bag and hooked it on his suitcase. He was ready to head to the station, standing outside the door with the suitcase in his backpack. Dylan, when you were younger, did I ever say or do anything that hurt you? You can be honest with me. No, why do you ask? He replied. I held up the diary. He froze for a second, and I saw the color drain from his face. I won't blame you for anything. Don't worry. You know I love you very much, son. You were a minor, and you were a victim of a very sick man. Besides, this thing is years old. I just want to know what I did wrong at the time to lead you to this, and we can put it behind us. His shocked expression faded, leaving his ever-present blank stare. You didn't do anything wrong. Neither did Mom. I opened my mouth to ask him what he meant by that, but stopped. The corners of his mouth stretched into a wide smile. Our eyes met. and we stood in silence for a few seconds. "Dylan, if I were to find another one of these notebooks," I began tactfully, "would I see the blueprint of my wife's murder inside?" "Yeah." He didn't even pause to answer. Then he gripped the handle of his suitcase and walked off down the street. That was 2 years ago now. I never forgave him. Every night, I still lie awake thinking whether he was born that way or it's somehow my fault. We haven't talked since he left that day, and he hasn't come home. He's never tried to contact me, and I haven't likewise. It looks like he's doing well in college from his Facebook posts. He seems to have a lot of friends, so I assume he got his own place or stays with one of them. I wonder if any of them will ever find out who he really is. Wouldn't blame them if they never do. After all, I still don't know who my son is. And I raised him for 18 years. This happened a long time ago, when I was a kid. My hometown, well, it wasn't the kind of place people wrote postcards about. It was small, tucked away, and chronically underdeveloped. The kind of town where the biggest news was usually the mill threatening layoffs again, or the high school football team losing another game. We were in a slow decline, and everyone knew it, even if they didn't say it out loud. Hope was a scarce commodity, something people clung to in whatever form they could find it. And that's where the disappearances come in. It was a known problem, a quiet, persistent ache in the community fabric. Kids, mostly teenagers, but sometimes younger, would just vanish. One week, they'd be in class, complaining about homework or dreaming about getting their driver's license. And the next, their desk would be empty. Their locker would stay shut. Whispers would start. The official line, the one that settled over the town like a comforting but threadbare blanket, was that they'd run away, gone to the city, seeking a better life, adventure, opportunities that our stagnant town couldn't offer. And people, by and large, chose to believe it. It made a grim sort of sense. Who wouldn't want to escape? Who wouldn't yearn for something more than the dusty streets and the resigned faces? But even as a kid, something about it pricked at me. Why would everyone who left cut ties so completely? No letters home, no calls, not even a rumor trickling back through a friend of a friend. It was as if they'd stepped off the edge of the world. Families would grieve, of course, but then they'd latch onto that better life narrative. It was easier than confronting the void, the awful, echoing silence these kids left behind. Believing they were thriving elsewhere was a balm, a way to keep the creeping despair of our town at bay. It allowed a sliver of vicarious hope. Maybe the town itself wasn't a complete dead end. I didn't have many friends. Preferred my own company, mostly. My walk home from school was usually solitary. A straight shot down Main Street, then a turn onto Elm, and a few more blocks through a quieter residential area. It was routine, predictable, until that one afternoon. The day started like any other. School droned on. The final bell was a release. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and started the familiar trek. The air was that specific kind of late autumn cool, crisp, but not yet biting. Leaves crunched underfoot. I was about halfway down Main Street when I first noticed him. He was standing across the road, near the boarded-up storefront of what used to be a pharmacy. What caught my eye wasn't that he was there, but that he didn't fit. Our town had its share of eccentrics, but this was different. He was wearing a suit. Not a work suit like Mr. Henderson, the bank manager, wore. This was darker, a bit too formal, and it seemed stiff, like it wasn't made of normal fabric. And it was impeccably clean, which was an oddity in itself in our perpetually dusty town. He was just standing there, not looking at anything in particular, but his stillness was alert, like a heron waiting by the water. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe a salesman who'd taken a wrong turn, or someone visiting family. I kept walking. When I glanced across the street again a block later, he was still there, but he'd moved. He was now parallel to me, keeping pace, but on the other side. A faint prickle of unease started on the back of my neck. It was probably nothing. Coincidence. I made the turn onto Elm Street. It was quieter here. Fewer cars, fewer people out and about. I chanced to look back. He'd made the turn, too. He was still across the street, but definitely following. The distance between us was the same, but the casualness was gone from his posture. He was walking with a distinct purpose now, his gaze fixed in my general direction. My heart started to beat a little faster. This wasn't right. Salesmen didn't follow kids home like this. I told myself to be calm. Maybe he was just going the same way. But Elm Street didn't lead to any businesses. Just more houses, and eventually the old scrapyard at the edge of town. I picked up my pace. Not quite running, but a fast, determined walk. I risked another glance. He matched my speed effortlessly. In the suit, it didn't ripple or bunch. It moved with him as if it were part of him. His face was indistinct from this distance, shadowed, but I could feel his attention on me like a physical weight. Panic began to bubble up, cold and sharp. This wasn't a coincidence, and I needed to lose him. My mind raced. I knew these streets like the back of my hand. He didn't. Instead of continuing straight towards my house, I made a sharp, unplanned right onto a narrow alleyway that cut between two houses. It was a shortcut I sometimes used, overgrown with weeds and usually littered with overflowing trash cans. It smelled damp and forgotten. I broke into a jog, backpack thumping against my spine. When I emerged onto the next street, breathless, I looked back. For a glorious few seconds, the alley was empty, and relief washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. I'd lost him. But then, he stepped out of the alley. He didn't look rushed or out of breath. He just appeared, smooth and silent, and turned his head, his gaze locking onto me instantly. The distance was shorter now, maybe half a block. I could see his face a little better. It was pale, unremarkable in features, yet utterly devoid of expression. No anger, no curiosity, just a blank, waiting stillness. The suit was still pristine. Terror, raw and undiluted, seized me. This was not normal. This was wrong. My only thought was to run. I bolted. My house was still several blocks away, but in the opposite direction now, thanks to my detour. Ahead of me, at the end of this less traveled road, lay the town's unofficial dump, the scrapyard. It was a sprawling mess of rusted cars, discarded appliances, mountains of junk, and treacherous piles of debris. Kids sometimes dared each other to go in, but it was generally avoided. It was vast, chaotic, and dangerous. It was also my best bet. I ran harder than I thought I could, legs pumping, lungs burning. The scrapyard fence, a rickety chain-link affair with several convenient holes, loomed closer. I didn't dare look back. I could hear his footsteps, though. A steady, rhythmic beat on the pavement behind me, never getting closer, never falling further behind. It was an unnervingly consistent sound. I dove through a gap in the fence, scraping my knee, the pain a distant throb compared to the fear coursing through me. The scrapyard enveloped me, and the smell was overwhelming. Rust, oil, decaying upholstery, damp earth, and something else. Something faintly sweet and rotten. Towers of junk rose on either side, creating narrow, winding pathways. I scrambled deeper into the maze, hoping the sheer complexity of the place would be my salvation. I ducked behind a teetering stack of bald tires, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I strained my ears, listening for his pursuit over the sound of my own ragged breathing. Silence. Or what passed for silence in a place like this. The groan of stressed metal, the rustle of unseen things in the weeds, the distant hum of the highway. Maybe, just maybe, I had actually lost him this time. The thought was a fragile flicker of hope. He wouldn't know these paths. He'd give up. I waited, crouched and trembling, for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two. The adrenaline was starting to ebb, leaving me shaky and cold. I had to get out of here, but not back the way I came. There was another, more dilapidated section of the fence on the far side of the yard, closer to the woods. If I could reach that, I could cut through the trees and circle back to my neighborhood. Slowly, cautiously, I peeked around the tires. The narrow passage was empty. I took a deep breath and started to move again, trying to be as quiet as possible, weaving through the metallic skeletons of forgotten vehicles and mountains of discarded household goods. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows that writhed and shifted with every gust of wind. The light was turning that burnished gold that signals the end of the day. I was nearing what I judged to be the far edge of the scrapyard. I could see the ragged line of trees through a gap in the pile of twisted metal. Freedom felt tantalizingly close. I navigated around a rusted-out hulk of an old pickup truck, its windows long gone. And then I froze. He was there. standing directly in my path, not 10 feet away, by the very gap in the fence I'd been aiming for. He was just there, as if he'd been waiting, as if he'd known exactly where I was going. My blood ran cold. Every nerve screamed. There was no surprise on his face, no triumph, just that blank, patient watchfulness. The impeccably clean suit seemed to absorb the fading light, making him look darker, more solid. He took a step towards me. A strangled sob escaped my throat. I didn't think. I reacted. I spun around and plunged back into the labyrinth of junk, deeper this time. There was no plan, just a desperate need for distance. This time, I heard him coming after me immediately. And he was faster, much faster. His footsteps weren't the steady, rhythmic pace from before. They were quick, unnervingly light, yet covering ground at a speed that didn't seem humanly possible for someone in a suit, navigating this treacherous terrain. It was like he was gliding over the debris. Panic clawed at my throat, making it hard to breathe. I scrambled, tripped, caught myself, and pushed onward. My lungs ached. My scraped knee throbbed, and tears streamed down my face, blurring my vision. I could hear him getting closer. I spotted a small, dark opening beneath a pile of flattened car bodies, the kind that had been crushed into grotesque rectangles. It looked like a shallow cave of rusted metal, and without a second thought, I threw myself to the ground and wormed my way inside the tight space. It was cramped, filthy, and smelled of stale oil and damp earth. Jagged edges of metal pressed into me from all sides. I squeezed myself as far back as I could, until my shoulders hit the unyielding, cold ground at the very back. I was completely hidden, enveloped in oppressive darkness, save for a sliver of grayish light filtering through a small gap near the front of my metallic tomb. I held my breath, listening. Silence. Then, footsteps. Slow now, measured, moving around the pile of cars I was under. I could hear the crunch of debris beneath his shoes, the occasional soft metallic scrape. He was searching. Through the tiny gap, I saw a sliver of his dark trousers pass by. Then again, he was circling. My heart felt like it was going to explode. I pressed my face into the dirt, trying to muffle the sound of my own terrified gasps. Every instinct screamed at me to stay still, to become part of the earth and rust around me. The sun was definitely going down now. The already dim light filtering into my hiding spot was fading rapidly. The shadows outside were lengthening, merging, swallowing details. And then, he spoke. His voice was calm, almost gentle, but it carried an unnatural resonance that vibrated through the metal around me. "Come on out, kid." A pause. "There's no need to hide. We can just talk." Talk? The absurdity of it was a fresh stab of fear. What could we possibly talk about? I stayed silent, frozen. I know you're in here somewhere. His voice continued, still calm, but with an edge now, like a carefully sharpened blade. This yard isn't that big. I'll find you. He moved again, his footsteps methodically covering the area around my hiding spot. I could hear him shifting debris, the screech of metal on metal. Each sound sent a jolt of terror through me. The light through my gap was almost gone. It was becoming truly dark under the cars. And then, the voice changed. "Sweetheart? Are you in there? It's Mommy." My blood turned to ice. It was my mother's voice. Not just similar. It was her. The exact tone, the cadence, the little lilt she had when she was worried. The sound of it, so familiar, so comforting in any other context, was now the most terrifying thing I had ever heard. "Baby, please come out. I was so worried when you didn't come home. What are you doing in this awful place? Come out. It's getting dark. Let's go home." A part of my brain, the logical part, knew it wasn't her. It couldn't be. But the raw, primal fear coupled with that perfect imitation, a tiny, treacherous part of me wanted to believe it, wanted to crawl out and find her there, to have this nightmare end. "Please, honey," the voice pleaded, laced with a perfect imitation of maternal distress. "You're scaring me. Just come out. Everything will be okay." Tears were flowing freely now, silent tears of utter terror and confusion. I bit down hard on my lip to stop myself from making a sound, tasting the coppery tang of blood. He was trying to lure me out. He knew my mother's voice. How? How could he know that? The last vestiges of daylight vanished. The scrapyard was now plunged into near total darkness, relieved only by the faintest ambient glow from the distant town lights, which barely penetrated this deep into the junk. Under the cars, it was absolute black. I was blind, relying only on sound. I thought I was doomed, that he would find me. He was patient, methodical. It was only a matter of time. But the voice, her voice, had stopped. There was only silence for a moment, a heavy, pregnant silence. Then, a new sound, a low groan, guttural and pained. It wasn't human. It was followed by a rasping, wet growl, like an animal in distress. It seemed to come from right outside my hiding spot. My fear ratcheted up to a level I didn't know was possible. What was happening? The growls intensified, mixed with harsh, choking sounds. It sounded like he was in agony, like the darkness itself was hurting him. And then, his own voice again, but ragged now, strained, filled with a furious, desperate anger that was far more terrifying than his earlier calm. Damn it all. The light. Gone too soon. Another pained snarl. Then, chillingly clear, His words cut through the night, seeming to echo in the sudden stillness. "I will find you eventually, kid. Just in another day, perhaps." There was a strange rustling sound then, like dry leaves skittering across concrete or sand pouring from a height. It lasted only a few seconds, and then nothing. Absolute silence. No footsteps, no breathing, no pained growls. He was gone. I stayed huddled in that metallic coffin for what felt like hours, too terrified to move, too shocked to process. Eventually, the cramping in my limbs and the desperate need to escape the crushing darkness forced me to act. Trembling uncontrollably, I slowly, agonizingly pushed myself out from under the cars. The scrapyard was utterly dark, save for the sliver of moon that had risen. I stood there, shaking, expecting him to reappear at any moment. But there was nothing. No sign of him. Where he had been standing, or where I thought he had been from the sounds, there was just dust. A faint, fine layer of something dark on the ground, already being disturbed by the night breeze. It looked like a patch of exceptionally dry soil, out of place amongst the damp earth and rusted metal. I didn't wait to examine it. I ran. I ran out of that scrapyard the way I'd come, not caring about the noise I made, fueled by my primal terror that lent my legs impossible strength. I ran through the dark streets, not stopping until I slammed through my front door, gasping for breath, collapsing in a heap in the hallway. My parents were frantic. I was covered in dirt, grease, my knee was bleeding, my clothes were torn, and I was hysterical. I tried to tell them. I babbled about a man, a suit, the scrapyard, his voice, my mother's voice, but it came out in a jumbled, incoherent mess. They thought I'd had a bad scare, maybe got chased by a dog or had a run-in with some older bullies. They cleaned me up, bandaged my knee, and put me to bed. I never told them the full truth. How could I? How could I explain that the man who chased me, the man who sounded like my mother, had turned to dust when the sun went down? They would have thought I was crazy. Maybe I was. But I knew what I saw, and I knew what I heard. That thing in the suit wasn't just a serial killer or a kidnapper. It was something else. Something that couldn't stand the night, or perhaps couldn't exist without daylight in its physical form. Something that hunted in the full light of the sun. The disappearances in our town, I started to see them in a new light. Were they all just kids running away for a better life? Or had some of them, like me, taken a wrong turn on their way home, on a day when the sun didn't set a little too quickly? Had they been lured by familiar voices out of hiding, into the waiting darkness? The thought made me sick. That promise, "I will find you eventually, kid, just in another day, perhaps," has haunted me ever since. I moved away from that town as soon as I could, and I try to live a normal life, but I'm always aware of the sun. I don't like being out alone when it's full day, And sometimes, on quiet evenings, when the shadows grow long, I think I hear faint rustling, like dry leaves or sand. I don't know why it seemed to turn to dust. I don't know what it was, but I know it was real, and I know it wanted me. The gaps in our town weren't just kids leaving for the city. Some of those gaps were torn open by things that thrive under the daylight. My mom used to say that rain is God's tears, and that's why we shouldn't drink it. She said a lot of things to make me behave. She told me that eating too many sweets make invisible goblins that chew on my teeth, that spiders would crawl into my mouth if I didn't breathe through my nose, that eating snow would freeze my stomach and turn me into a snowman. 100 little lies, all engineered to trick me into behaving. And I behaved. As the years passed, I've turned into a perfectly tricked human. I left all childish nonsense behind years ago. I pay my taxes and keep my head down. I don't eat too many sweets. I breathe through my nose, and I don't eat snow. And, of course, I don't drink from the rain. Last August, I was at a supermarket on the outskirts of town. Just another lazy Saturday morning, with a sky full of gray clouds and a persistent wind. I'd bought some groceries and was heading for the door when I noticed it started raining. I hadn't brought an umbrella, so I pulled my leather jacket close and rushed to my car, hoping the bread wouldn't get soggy. I threw the groceries into the passenger seat, leaned back, and noticed a woman standing in the middle of the parking lot. She was staring straight up, with her jaws wide open, her mouth filling up with rainwater, like a bird bath. Seeing her, I couldn't help but to think about what my mom used to tell me, to never drink the rainwater, that it was an ugly thing to do. My mom passed on years ago, but some words can stay forever. I sat there looking at her for a while. She had this black pixie haircut and a gray hoodie long enough to reach her knees. She was completely drenched, with lines of black mascara running from her eyes. It took me a while to notice she didn't have any shoes on. I got the feeling that she wasn't well. This wasn't something sane people did. Sane people don't drink rainwater like that. God's tears. It wasn't unusual that strange characters came by the supermarket. There was a prison nearby, and a lot of people stopped by to buy something on their way out. Mostly friends and family visiting, but every now and then there was an odd bird. I have no idea what kind of people they keep at that prison, but the company that runs it has quite the reputation around town. Hatchet is a strange company. I decided to say something and stepped out of my car. "Hey," I called out. "You're gonna get sick." She didn't flinch. It was as if she didn't even register my words as a language. Instead, she just kept staring into the sky. She had this sort of mindless determination about her, like she didn't know what else to do. She didn't even blink. Raindrops bounced off her unblinking eyes. I was about to get back in my car, but I felt bad for her. She was barely an adult, and she was clearly having some sort of breakdown. I jogged back inside the supermarket. There was an older man standing behind the counter, listening to the radio. I'd shopped there a few times, but never actually talked to him. He didn't even look at me when I came back inside. "Excuse me," I said. "I think the girl outside needs help." He leaned over a bit in his chair, squinting at the glass doors. She was still out there. "What for?" he asked. "I don't know. She's just standing there. She has no shoes." The old man was clearly not happy about this. Not about her standing there in particular, but that I'd bothered him about it. "Let's go," he said. "People don't talk to each other no more?" I followed him outside as we approached the girl. The rain was picking up. "Hey," he called out to her. "You all right?" No response. He slowed his pace, giving me a concerned look. Now he saw what I saw. "You want us to call someone? You have a phone?" he asked. "You need help?" We all just stood there for a few seconds, until the old man sighed. He put his hand on her shoulder, rustling her gently. "I'm sorry, but you can't stay here," he said. "You have to move on." He shook her harder, making some of the water in her mouth spill over. I got a bad feeling. "Come on now." He grabbed her again, and she immediately lost her balance. She tipped over like a falling tree, her head smacking haplessly against the concrete. Water spilled out of her mouth, mixing with the blood from the fresh head wound. The old man's eyes went wild. He fell to his knees, repeating, "Oh my God," over and over. I backed away with my hand on my phone. I didn't register what was happening, and I went into a sort of paralysis. It took me a few seconds to notice she was still coughing up water. A lot of water. And some of it had turned black. I thought it might be blood, but it didn't look like it. It's too dark. I was suddenly aware of the phone in my hand, the weight and texture of it. I dialed 911 as the old man put her on her side. "Breathe through your nose," he said. "Stay calm and breathe through your nose." It felt like minutes, but it was just seconds. Breaths. The water stopped pouring out of her. She just lay there, unmoving. I could hear an operator talking to me in my ear, but it was as if the words just passed through me. I couldn't hear them over my own pulse. Something about an emergency. A question. She's not breathing," the old man cried. "She's not." A twitch. Her mouth moved. Something passed between her lips. Something dark. A finger? A claw? She rolled onto her back with a violent muscle spasm. She bent her back like an arch, balancing her entire body on the soles of her feet and the scalp of her head. She inhaled, sucking in as much rainwater as she could in a screeching gasp, her throat rattling as the raindrops passed into her lungs. We went from trying to help to just staring in disbelief. In an impossible move, she got to her feet, invisible tethers pulling her back up. Her face still locked towards the sky, and jaws once again wide open. Her body turned to me and the old man, and as we recoiled, she gurgled and charged us. My phone slipped out of my wet hands as she burst forward. I tripped over my own feet, falling backwards, and she hurled herself over the old man, her head constantly looking upwards, like a gyroscope. It was as if her body was moving and twisting independently from her head, and I could swear she twisted her neck an entire 360 degrees at one point. I crawled backwards, scraping the palm of my hands. She gurgled again, the water from her mouth pouring over the old man that she'd pinned. He was gasping for air, spitting and coughing, wildly flailing his arms. Just this relentless stream of water, practically drowning him. Then he stopped. Slowly, he opened his mouth wide, and he too started to drink the rain. I stumbled to my feet and ran for my car. I could hear naked feet slapping against the concrete. She was chasing me. I got my keys out, unlocked the car, and got in the driver's seat. I slammed the door shut right on her fingers, breaking them like carrot sticks as the door bounced back open. I crawled into the passenger seat as useless fingers brushed against my face, trying to grasp at me. She crawled in after me, gurgling with anticipation. I got out on the other side of the car, slamming the passenger side door shut. I rounded back to the driver's side and closed that door as well, trapping her inside. She didn't have the mental capacity to open the doors, so she just settled back into pounding on the glass with her bleeding, broken fingers. Her eyes were moving independently of one another, trying to find a way out, trying to find the sky. I backed away, my heart pounding. I didn't even notice my tears in the rain, just the sting of sweat in my eye. I kept hunching over, clutching at my stomach. It was burning, like my insides were trying to jump out of me. My heart was having none of this. The old man had gotten to his feet. He looked at me from across the parking lot, and for a few seconds, I could see fear on his face, pleading eyes, begging for help. Then, his face snapped upwards, and he opened his mouth wide. His body, moving seemingly on its own, started walking towards me. He tripped over the concrete outlines of the parking spaces, barely keeping his balance. His shoulder smacked into a sign, sending him reeling onto the ground, all while keeping his head fixed on the sky. Then, just as the girl before him, I could see this invisible force pulling him back to his feet. Transparent tethers, hidden in the drops of rain. He got his bearings, and suddenly, he was fast. This man was easily 70 years old, but he was keeping an impossible pace. I didn't know where to go, didn't know what to do. He gained on me, and I just stood there like a deer frozen in headlights, thumping feet coming closer. Then the girl trapped in my car slapped her hand against the window again, and the sound kicked me off like a starting pistol. I shot into a sprint as my stomach shivered. I don't remember running back into the store. I don't remember knocking over a stack of shopping baskets. It was just a blur of colorful packaging as I ran through the aisles, cheerful radio tunes playing overhead. The old man tripped over a shopping basket and fell sprawling to the floor, water spilling out of him like a fountain. As he struggled to get back on his feet, I saw little things moving between his lips. Little fingertips, black like ink. A little hand reaching out. He stepped back outside and leaned his head back upwards. And slowly, he walked out of sight, towards another side of the store. I was left standing there, holding a mop. I didn't even realize I'd grabbed it. I started to look for a phone. There had to be some sort of alarm, but I couldn't find it. There was no big red button to press. My hands were shaking, and I kept knocking things over. A bunch of pens rattled against the ceramic tiles. I looked for the manager's office. The guy was old, so chances were there was a landline. Going into the back, I heard a surprised yell. There was someone outside the back exit, but I couldn't be bothered. I had to call for help. Help yourself before you help others. Put on the oxygen mask. The manager's office was locked. I tried just pulling the door open or banging at the glass slit, but nothing seemed to work. But finally, I pulled a fire extinguisher from the wall and just hammered relentlessly until the thing shattered. I put my hand through, clicked the lock, and stepped inside. The place was a mess, but it had a landline buried under piles of unsorted documents. There was a computer, but the thing was already old 10 years ago. I dialed 911 as I closed and locked the door behind me. I only have a vague recollection of speaking to the operator. I told her about people turning violent, but in trying to explain it, I realized I sounded completely mad. I tried to calm myself down and explain it in a way that made it seem like the owner had snapped. They asked me if I was safe, if he was armed, if someone was injured. 1,000 things, it seemed like. I kept hearing little noises in the back of the store, and I completely lost my train of thought. "Sir? Sir, are you there?" I heard the voice on the phone, but it was distant. Every bone in my body was listening to what was happening outside. Someone was getting in through the back door. It was clunky, but I could hear the handle rattling. "Sir?" I slowly put the phone away. Not hanging up, just putting it away. I had to concentrate. There was an old toolbox in the corner of the room, so I grabbed a large wrench to defend myself. I needed solid metal in my hands. It brought me a kind of courage I didn't know I had. When the old man stepped up to the manager's office, I was ready. I slammed the door open, knocking him back. Even now, his head was tilted upwards. I whacked him over the head with the wrench, sluggishly connecting with his throat. He stumbled sidewards, and I hit him again. He tripped, fell over, and snapped his neck against the wall. It was over in a second. He stopped moving as black water oozed out of him. And there, moving at the edge of his lips, were little black fingers. reaching outwards, desperately, looking for something to grab, to pull itself free. His jaw moved up and down, like he was chewing an invisible meal. His eyes were still fixed upward. As I raised the wrench to attack again, the little hand stopped moving. It turned into black sludge, like coagulating darkness. I couldn't let go of the wrench even if I wanted to. My fingers had cramped shut. I took a deep gasp as I realized I'd been holding my breath. I backed away. I'd killed this man. Self-defense or not, he was dead. No question about it. "Sir? Sir?" I could hear coming from the landline in the other room. I didn't know how to explain this. I didn't know what I'd say. I just stood there, listening to myself breathe. In an instant, the world shifted upside down. I lost my balance as something grabbed me from behind. I fell hard on my right shoulder, losing the grip on my wrench in the impact. Two arms had gripped me and was pulling me backwards. The stock boy. He'd been out back on a smoke break this whole time. That's the startled sound I'd heard. He'd been attacked. Moments later, I felt the rain again. He'd dragged me outside. The guy was in his early 30s and built like a redwood. He had no trouble keeping me off balance as he pushed me to the ground. He tilted his head downward as water started to spill. "Wait!" I screamed. Wait! Then, rainwater. Lukewarm, body-tempered rainwater. It's hard to explain the sensation. At first, I was drowning, trying to keep water out of my lungs. But after one or two involuntary gulps, I didn't feel it anymore. It was as if air and water switched place. The rainwater kept me alive, and losing it would mean choking to death. My neck locked itself staring upwards, as to not lose any water. And as I looked up at the clouds, I heard a voice. It felt like it was reaching into my stomach, resonating in my body like an echo. Rain falling on me, making it look like I was running through a tunnel or being pulled upwards. Hello. A greeting. A dark presence went swimming through my thoughts, little tendrils seeping into my memories, touching all my secrets. I could feel my body moving on its own, and all I could do was look up. I tried to scream for help, but all I did was gurgle. And it hurt something awful, burning like razor wire being pulled out of me the more I resisted. There was something up there, something in the clouds that needed me, the way a body needs a pair of hands. I lived in that world. I don't know for how long. Having a conversation with something inside myself, trying to feel something. But my body was numb and distant, frozen solid and being pulled by an impossible force. And at some point, the rain stopped. I was staring up into the sky, coughing up water as my body slowly remembered how to breathe. I was lying on my back, looking up at the clouds. They were parting. I turned to my side, feeling something wriggle in my throat. I gulped down hard, feeling an obstruction slide down. Then the water started coming out of me. Rainwater, black water, and blood. I had an idea where I was, but it took me some time to orient myself. It was a grassy field just a bit out of town. Underbrush, some scattered trees, and a few dried-up, discolored sunflowers. I was just off the freeway, about a 15-minute walk from the store. I'd seen this field on my way home from work, I realized, not too far from Frog Lake. I eventually made my way back to the supermarket. 4 patrol vehicles and an ambulance had arrived, sirens wailing. I saw the young woman with the black hair being lifted into an ambulance, her hand broken and bleeding. She had a tight bandage wrapped around her head. They were also moving a body out of the store, and 3 officers were talking to themselves and taking pictures by the entrance. Coughing up the last drops of black water, I tried my best to scream for help. All that came out was a gurgle that slowly turned into a scream. That part was all me. They eventually recognized my voice from the emergency call. They took me in, had a medic check me out, and questioned me all about it. The officers tried to piece it all together into something comprehensible, ending up at the story of an old man goes crazy and gets killed. I wanted to tell them more, but I just couldn't find the words to make it sensible. There was some surveillance footage, but it didn't cover much of the parking lot. All they saw was me being chased into the store by a sick-looking man. Before I was sent home and asked not to leave the state, I got the chance to ask my own questions. I asked them about the young woman in my car and what happened to her. Apparently, she'd been picked up by her guardians almost immediately. They had all paperwork in order, as well as a pair of very expensive lawyers. Strange people, the officer noted. Didn't seem very parental. Since then, I've been getting shivers whenever it rains. I get this sense that I should go outside to see if there's anything up there. Something that still needs me. Something calling to me. But I'm fine, according to the doctors. Still, I don't trust myself to stay inside. I lock myself in the bathroom with my headphones on, waiting for it all to pass. I've read about others seeing her. A young woman who comes out when it rains, to drink from the sky. I have to know more about her. I need to know what happened to me. So if you've seen her, please let me know when and where. And if you meet her, just walk the other way. There it is again. I hear the sound of another train. I know I'm awake, but the sound makes it feel like another nightmare. I sit upright in a cold sweat and ask myself the question I can't help but ask since it happened. Is it that train? No. Likely it's just an innocent passenger or cargo train. I look at the clock and see it's 2 a.m., same time as that night. I shudder at the memory returning again. I get up and lock my doors just in case. I'm awake now. I know I won't be able to get back to sleep, so I return to my journal. I don't know why I'm writing this down. Maybe in case something happens to me. Maybe to help me reconcile what happened. It doesn't matter either way. And who am I? Nobody. Just someone who saw too much, but no one believes just what it is that I saw. Or at least no one wants to. To start, this is first and foremost a warning to any of you who live near railroads. There's a train that came through my town that harbors a dark secret. A secret I would have never found out about, if not for a series of freak accidents that led me and my friend getting stuck on that nightmare carry-on train. The events that took place have succeeded in removing the veil between the sane world and the realm of human nightmare that is even now still painfully present when I close my eyes or hear the peal of those damn train horns. I live in a quiet Midwestern town of little note. I won't disclose where, but suffice to say, there are hundreds across the country that feature once prominent, though now somewhat dilapidated railroads that drive through the towns. In fact, you may live in one as well. My town is much like these others, and I shudder when I imagine the same train driving through all these other towns at night and partaking in the morbid business those monsters indulge in. I'll tell you in detail what happened that night, and hopefully you'll understand, or maybe even believe me. You'll know that if you ever see that train in your town, you and everyone you care about will stay as far away as you can. Stay away until it leaves back down the infernal rails that return it to the hell from whence it came. It happened almost a month ago now. My best friend Dave and I were at a local pub on a Saturday evening. We were having a good time and getting a little hammered. It was just about closing time, and fortunately, both Dave and I lived close, so we could get completely smashed and still shamble back home without fear of needing transportation. We paid our tabs and staggered out the door, laughing and generally being obnoxious to the few people we encountered on the couple of blocks we'd made it so far. "Oh, shit," Dave blurted out as he tripped over a bump in the sidewalk and fell forward, barely catching himself before landing on his face. "Watch where you're going, drunkie," I yelled at him as I was laughing and staggering to avoid a misstep as well. We carried on down the street a bit further when we heard the horn of a train in the distance and heard the ding 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 of the railroad crossing alarm sounding off. "Oh, god damn it, man. Stuck waiting for the train," Dave said with an exasperated groan. "Oh, really? And what, pray tell, are you in a hurry to get home for at this hour? Late for your dinner date with your sock and a hustler?" I chuckled loudly at my own joke as Dave giggled and spoke. "For your information, I still have to watch my horror movie this weekend," he continued, saying that I have to watch a horror movie every week this year for my film club, and I know I won't want to watch it tomorrow, so it's gotta be tonight. Ugh, this damn train. He dropped down to the ground to wait with his head in his hands. "Don't be so dramatic," I told him. "These ones at night are fairly quick." And though as if to prove me a liar, the train in question slowed down to a crawl, and to our surprise and annoyance, it stopped completely. It was blocking off the way forward, and who knows how many crossroads up or down either direction to get around it. "Do you ever get tired of being wrong?" Dave asked with a wry grin. looking up at me after I successfully put my foot in my mouth. I paused for a brief moment, unbelieving of our crappy luck, and muttered out, "Shut up, you bastard," and sat down next to him to wait for the train to get a move on. As we waited, we heard the rustling of plastic bags and the soft patter of taped-up shoes getting closer. And as expected, we soon saw Jonesy shuffle up to us. "Spare some change, fellas?" he said, holding out his hand. "Fresh out, Jonesy. Sorry. We just blew most of the old discretionary fund on booze tonight," I told him, chuckling, though feeling slightly guilty now since I knew he was on hard times and normally when sober and passing by on work days, I would try and contribute what I could to him and any of his friends who live in the homeless camp nearby. He nodded and waved to us politely as he continued down the sidewalk toward the parked train. I wondered if he was going to try and see if anyone on board might be willing to give him anything. That is, if this one had a dining car. Thinking about that made me take greater notice of the train that had parked. It was odd. It was jet black. Certainly didn't look like an Amtrak or other passenger train. Though no freight cars, so it must have been some sort of passenger train. If it was fairly large, and I took notice of the fact that it appeared to be missing some sort of brand name or company logo indicating who owned and operated it. It also seemed very strange that it would be stopping here, when I knew there wasn't a main route stop for another 15 miles or so up the line. As I pondered the weird train, looking harder for any indication of what line it was, I heard a door open a little further up the line. A moment later, there was a muffled sound like something hitting the rail and a train door slamming shut. "Hey, man," Dave said. "Did you see that?" "See what?" I asked. "Jonesy, man. It looked like he fell on the track, and someone grabbed him and pulled him onto the train," Dave said, concern evident in his voice. I tried to calm him down. "No one would pull him on. You don't think that maybe he or one of his friends tried to sneak onto the train to get some food?" I said dismissively, mostly because I hadn't seen anything since. I was too distracted and didn't want to admit my ignorance. "Nah, man, you didn't see. Someone straight up grabbed him and pulled him on board, then shut the door really quick," Dave insisted, his drunk and cocky demeanor shifting to one of legitimate concern. I paused and tried to see if I could see anything, but it seemed very still now. Movement could still be heard in the train cars, but no one seemed to be out at this junction, and as we looked around, we noticed that Jonesy's friends, who normally followed him, were also absent now as well. We each moved cautiously closer to the train, and I tried to strain my ears to hear anything inside over the hum of the still-running engine. Dave moved closer to where he'd seen Jonesy, and we both listened. It felt like ages in the odd stillness of the night, but it was broken by what sounded like a muffled scream that was cut off by a disturbing thump, and then a large-sounding object hitting a padded floor. I held my breath and looked over at Dave, and I knew he had heard it too. "What the hell, man?" He tried to whisper, but a frenzied panic was creeping into his voice, causing it to rise. "I heard it too," I said, struggling to figure out what to do next. Before I could decide on what I was going to do, Dave had moved all the way to where the train door was that he had seen Jonesy get pulled up into, and was pulling on it. I gasped and ran up to him as quickly and quietly as I could.
"What are you doing, Dave?"
I hissed out at him.
"You don't know who the hell these people are, or what they're capable of."
He looked back at me and was about to say something when the door swung open and an arm reached down toward him with what appeared to be a close-range taser in it. Before Dave could utter a word, he was convulsing in shock and slumped down to the ground. I held my breath to stifle a scream, and instead dropped down low to the ground as I saw a huge man in a black overcoat drop down on the ground next to him and produce something from his coat. As Dave tried to push himself up from the ground, the figure bent down and looked to have stabbed something in his neck, and Dave appeared to go limp. He grabbed Dave and threw him over his shoulder and jumped back onto the train and slammed the door shut again.
Holy shit.
I nearly shouted louder than I meant to, cutting off my exclamation when I thought better of it. They took him. They took Dave. And they took Jonesy. And all his friends, most likely. What the hell is going on with this train? I was terrified and confused. I couldn't just leave them, but I didn't know if I had the courage to try and go after them. I grabbed my cell phone and was about to call the police, when to my horror, the train started moving again. They're leaving and taking them all away. I panicked when I realized I had no information to offer law enforcement, just an unidentified black train. No one could find them with that. So, I made the decision then and there. The first great mistake of that night. I decided to jump aboard that damnable train and try to find Dave and Jonesy and to see what horrors awaited me inside. I managed to get onto the train and slide the heavy door aside and slip in. The car I'd snuck into was terribly dark. I instinctively reached for my phone for a light, then panicked as I realized I must have dropped it when I jumped aboard. I sat in hushed silence as the train gathered speed, trying my best to blend in and cling to a wall. I thought it might work in case someone shuffled by in the darkness. They wouldn't bump into me. I knew it was a horrible idea, but I couldn't just let these maniacs kidnap my friends. Once I felt steady enough, and the train was fully moving again, I sidled the wall up to where I saw some light coming through a window. As I crept closer, the background started to appear more with an incoming light. It appeared to transition to some sort of storage car. I saw some people organizing various objects that looked like clothes and other items at 2 tables on each wall of the train car. I leaned forward and caught a look over the shoulder of the man on the left table and thought I saw a crudely patched up jacket that looked remarkably like Jonesy's. I heard some mumbling about dinner time and posh goons by the man at the table. I almost fell backwards when a bell rang and a voice spoke into the cargo car. The 2 men organizing the items promptly left through the opposite door. I waited a moment to make sure no one else was going to enter. Then I cautiously slid the door open and crept inside. In the cargo car, there were heaps of disorganized items. Clothes, wallets, cell phones, but weirdly, very few actual suitcases. I wondered if maybe those guys were going through the passengers' luggage and stealing things. That would be pretty weird considering they could have just taken the bags and run. Why organize all the stuff here? I continued poking around and saw that one pile contained a large amount of people's IDs, and I stifled a gasp when I saw near the top was Dave's. sitting there along with what looked like dozens, if not hundreds, of others. "What the hell is going on here?" I mumbled aloud, wondering what had happened with my friend and indeed all these other people. I grabbed his ID and cautiously walked up to the next door that the two men had gone through and tried to look through the glass to see anything. The next car had what looked like cattle-style pens or cages, and I suppressed an audible gasp when I saw what appeared to be the forms of dozens of naked figures lying in the cages in various degrees of consciousness. I didn't know what to do. I was shocked and horrified. Was this some sort of human trafficking operation? I was so distracted by my frantic thoughts, I almost didn't notice the figure emerging into the prison car from the other side. I ducked lower so I couldn't be seen through the glass, as a large individual wearing a butcher's apron came into the room. He fumbled with some keys on his belt, mumbling something under his breath that I couldn't hear, and opened a pen. There was an unconscious man in the pen, and he grabbed him by the hair, and before he could let out a groan of protest, he had smashed his head in with what looked like some sort of mallet. I had to hold my hands in front of my mouth to not gasp aloud, and I felt sick and horrified when the figure, pulling the body a bit closer to an overhead light, threw him limply over his shoulder. The angle gave enough of a glimpse to show that it was the now devastated body of Jonesy. The large man took Jonesy's now lifeless body into the next car, and I collapsed down to the ground by the door in the car I was hiding in.
Holy shit, holy shit.
I kept muttering to myself as I was trying to come to grips with what I just saw. They killed him. That has to have killed him. What can I do? I had no idea where we were. I had no idea what was going on, and these psychopaths were kidnapping people, and not just taking them, but killing them. I had to find Dave and get off that train. I was considering what, if anything, I could do. I couldn't tell anyone where the hell here was at the moment. So far, all the train cars I'd been in were either windowless or heavily shuttered. No glimpse of the outside was even available. Never mind, it was closing in on 3 a.m., and it was pitch black out in the cold night. A slamming sound from the door opposite the one I was standing near disrupted my thoughts. I fell into the corner to hide behind a large box with discarded coats and clothes in it. Another figure entered the train car, and I didn't know what they were there for. I knew I had to move, so I summoned my courage, and when the figure dropped a large bag full of various objects onto the table and began sorting things, I took my chance and slowly slid the door to the prison car open and managed to close it just in time as the figure at the table looked up and back, possibly hearing the door close, but mercifully not investigating it. It was freezing in there, and I slowly moved along in a crouch, passing by cells with people laying down in the cages in dazed confusion. No one was speaking, and indeed most were barely conscious, if at all. I saw one huddled figure fall forward, reaching toward the bars when I approached. Fortunately, they didn't cry out, and that's when I realized they couldn't. The person was missing a tongue. I fell back in shock as they gurgled some sort of cry for help, and the eyes spoke of God knows what sort of bodily torture they had endured. I had to try and find some way of freeing these people, but I had no idea how. Each cage had a large, durable-looking padlock on it. Looking above the cage, I saw they also had dates and a bodily diagram of the person inside. I looked closer at the diagram and saw that various parts of the bodies were highlighted red as taken, and saw what appeared to be some sort of expiration date on each one. The most uncomfortable part was that it said, "Use by." I felt immensely guilty, but I looked down one last time at the beseeching eyes of the figure in the cage and moved along. The pain and dismemberment appeared not to be unique to the previous individual. People were missing tongues, eyes, arms, and legs. They all appeared poorly stitched back up, like the amputations were deliberate. Each time, on each cage, there was a use-by date, with highlighted portions of what was taken. The crowning horror was what I saw next. On the wall near the other door I hadn't come through was what appeared to be instructions, something like what a butcher or meat processor might follow. It mentioned ways to remove cuts with care, and that too much bruising or spoilage would decrease the quality. The last line stated the mandate that our customers pay for premium quality and for discretion. Remember that, and you will be well compensated. Forget, and you will be on the menu. We don't tolerate failures, but we can still serve them. What in the hell are these people doing? Some sort of black market organ or body harvesting operation? I looked back at the human carnage and despair on display. My mind was reeling, and I couldn't figure out what to do next. The decision was made for me when I once again had to duck into the shadows, this time hiding near a pile of discarded, bloody aprons as the door slid open. I heard the bell ring, and a PA system announced that dinner would be soon, and that all selections must be made in the next 10 minutes, so that the culinary staff has time to prepare the specific selections. Then a much less friendly local chime, that might just be in this car or the adjacent cars, loudly warned the staff to hurry up with the processing, so that the cooks could get to work. Cooks? I paused and reeled at the implication. Oh my God. No. There's no way. I almost said it aloud, but checked myself as a large man came back into the room, and a smaller man pulling a dolly came in through the other door. This one's bad. I don't know who pulled it, but we don't need more bums or other drags. Tell acquisitions to put a little more effort into it. The customers aren't paying for this garbage. And he practically threw a body at the other man, who fumbled to catch it and place it on the dolly like a makeshift gurney. I suppressed another horrified gasp as I saw the body of Jonesy, stiff as a board and dead now. Beyond the horrible wound to his head, which he may have survived before, his throat was now slashed, and various parts of his torso, arms, and legs were missing. The large man grumbled as Jonesy's body was carted back the other way. They don't pay me enough for this shit. Now we have to pick one of the cleaner new ones. He wiped a bloody hand on his apron and proceeded to stomp towards an empty cage and let out a sigh and a curse. He reached into his pocket and produced a radio and opened a channel. This is Burge and Prep. There's been an escape. There was a brief pause, and he spoke again. Yeah, the new one. Try not to spoil it. It can't have gotten too far. Escaped? Was that Dave? Maybe he got out of his cell. I felt a glimmer of hope, but it was snatched away when I leaned forward to check and see if the large man was leaving, and saw a bloody apron land near the place I was hiding behind. A large hand seized my throat and hoisted me upright and off the ground, choking and gasping for air. "You're new. How did you get here without going through processing?" the hulking man asked, his breath and body reeking of fresh blood and body odor. "Never mind. You'll make up for that bad one, and possibly the missing one if we have to kill it. Hold still. This'll only take a second." He was holding the hammer in his other hand and leveling a blow at my head, all the while still strangling the life out of me with his insane strength. But just then, there was a wet, cutting sound, and I saw the tip of a jagged blade sticking through the giant man's throat. I felt his grip slacken, and I fell back, gasping for air. I looked on as the man fell forward, and I saw a strange woman still holding the blood-caked metal. She looked frenzied and lethal as she looked down at the man who almost killed me, yet also terrified in her own right.
"Come on, we have to go,"
she whispered, holding a hand out to me.
"Who are you? What the hell is going on in this train?"
I asked, venting some of my own terror and confusion.
"Name's Tasha, and we need to leave. My friends are all dead. They took them and cut them up and ate them. We don't have time for this. I stole a passkey to the dining car. That's where one of the only emergency exits is. We have to go, now." "Ate them?" I said aloud, as my morbid suspension was confirmed. "I need to find my friend before we go," I pleaded with the strange woman. "If he's not here, he's dead, or worse," she responded bluntly. "I'm leaving now, with or without you. We have one chance to try while they're changing up the guards for the search. We'll probably still get caught, but we have to try. I would rather jump out and die than be fed to those bastards." I followed her wordlessly, and in confused terror, as we moved through 2 more cars of cages and prep stations, as they called them. The next car had a large kitchen, and there were dozens of people busy at work, cooking and preparing what I knew were the horrifying meals of the fiendish patrons. "We can't sneak in. We have to blend in," she said, going over to the side wall and pressing an overhead panel, which fell down and dropped several kitchen outfits on the ground. "I was gonna try and use these to escape with my friends, but you're the only sane, intact, and conscious other person here, so it's now or never." She threw a large uniform at me, and a small hat as well. I didn't know if this crazy plan would work, but we had no other choice. We quickly and quietly changed, just in time to have another kitchen attendant walk in and demand to know where the scallops were. I looked on, fumbling for words, when Tasha quickly said, "We're getting them now as fast as we can. Please apologize to the chef for the inconvenience. Supply did not properly organize the herbs and vegetables and should be cited for it." "Very good. Please hurry, though. Monsieur Clayton does not like to be kept waiting." They promptly returned to the kitchen, and I couldn't believe that it worked. I was just about to congratulate Tasha on a good plan when she found a container of scallops in a nearby cooler and pulled me along, muttering to me a quick, "Just act like you belong. Pretend to follow instructions, but don't stop moving with me through the next car. Keep moving and try not to react, no matter what you see." I wondered what she meant by "no matter what you see." Then, as she pulled me through the door, I saw. The whole kitchen was a nightmare of human body parts, mixed with the mundane ingredients common to cooking. The contrast between the generic prep work of broths, sauces, and vegetables was horrifying when seeing entire body parts of humans processed and integrated as the protein in every dish. I felt like I was gonna be sick. I covered my mouth, but tried not to react too much in order to maintain appearances. We made it halfway through when I was forced to pause for a moment, since other people were in our way, and I was given a dish. I looked to Tasha for unspoken instructions, and she glanced at me out of the corner of her eye and did a quick nod, and I noticed she was holding a tray as well. The throng of chefs and kitchen staff slowly pushed us out as table numbers were yelled at us after handing us the dishes, and we stumbled out into an opulent dining car. My eyes strained at the sudden burst of light and the gleam of gilded frescoes, bright mirrors and artwork on the walls and brilliant polished silverware, and the low murmur of dining conversations ongoing. No one seemed to notice or care as we shuffled out into the walkway. All the diners were dressed in fine clothes and appeared to be wearing masquerade-style domino masks, and it made sense why, as any patrons would want some anonymity when partaking in such a perverse activity as this. We walked slowly and carefully down the aisle, holding our trays upright. I did my best not to look at the meals the people were happily consuming. I shuddered at the clatter of forks and knives and the scraping, biting, and chewing of the morbid feast these sick ghouls were partaking in. I paused momentarily and considered the tray I was carrying. I made the mistake of looking at the soup on the fine platter I was holding. It was some sort of creamy bisque, and it had finely prepared fingerling potatoes to go with what appeared to be actual human fingers. Boiled, but not burned, flesh predominantly still intact. I felt queasy, and I thought I might be sick. Then, the nausea turned to hopelessness and horror when I saw a glint in the soup, near the knuckle. I was confused, so I reached in and turned it over, and saw a 2014 Division Championship ring. Dave never once took off his ring after his high school football team had won the championship that year, and the realization struck me like a physical blow. I looked on in complete horror as I saw what I now realized was a soup with what was parts of Dave in it. I gasped and was bumped by an impatient server who was behind me, and I dropped the bowl, the fine tray, and likely the corporeal remains of my friend to the ground. Soup splashed everywhere, and several patrons glared at us, contempt and anger plain on their masked faces. Tasha looked back at me with a pained expression on her face. I tried to mouth an apology, but she promptly looked back at the other server and started shouting at him. "Look what you did, you impatient bastard. Clean this up. Now." She looked around and spoke. "Please, accept our apologies, everyone. This is below the fine standards you all expect with your dining experience." A brief but hateful hint of angry sarcasm managed to color her words, even as the patrons resumed their conversations and morbid meals. All except one, who rose and got up to the main aisle and approached me. "I assume you are the reason I will not be enjoying my bisque this evening," he said indignantly. "I am a well-paying customer and regular here. I will have your name and ID and make sure you are punished for wasting my meal. I've already been waiting almost an hour, and this lack of discipline and service with what we are paying is unacceptable." I had a decision to make. I stood there, looking at that masked piece of shit complaining to me that I dropped the goddamn soup that was made out of my best friend. I could do the smart thing, which was to play along and avoid suspicion. Or I could do something stupid and impulsive based on the emotions I was feeling at the time. I barely wasted another second to decide. I made one apologetic glance to Tasha and stooped low to grab the serving tray. And then, as the bastard was about to repeat himself, I swung it around and smashed the platter into his face. There was a sickening crunch, and he fell back with a ruined, bloody face and shattered nose. He started screaming and protesting, but I leaned forward and proceeded to stomp his ruined face twice more until he shut up, either knocked out or dead. I didn't care which. There was an explosion of motion as diners shrieked and leapt up from their chairs, cursing at us, and in some cases, literally clutching their pearls. Kitchen staff were piling out of the car to investigate the commotion, and two black-coated men with dark glasses and earpieces were coming into the dining car from the other exit. "Move!" Tasha shouted at me, and shoved me forward towards the security men, and pushed my head down in order to have clearance to throw her own tray at the security guards approaching. It hit them head-on and caught them off guard, and she rammed forward and managed to stab one of them in the gut with her improvised blade that she still had on her. The other recovered and caught her and knocked her off her feet with a side elbow, and her head rebounded off the wall of the train car. There was pandemonium for a moment that felt like ages, as I had to act to do something and help. I bent down and hurled the silver bowl that had dropped to the ground, and it struck the other guard in the head, right as he was bending down to electrocute Tasha with a hand taser. I scrambled forward and managed to create enough momentum to lead forward with a powerful front kick that drove the guard into the wall with a satisfying smash. I helped Tasha to her feet as I dodged a clumsy strike by the man who had been stabbed. I grabbed her and rolled out of the room by the still open door as a knife hurled by one of the chefs missed us by a hair, and the guards fumbled in their coats for what looked like firearms. I turned back and slammed the door closed, sealing off the chaos and commotion of the dining car, and was relieved to see a large bolt on the door. I quickly fastened the lock to grant us a moment of security. But that security was soon threatened when I heard a large crash and ramming sound, and knew they were trying to break the door down to get at us. "We have to go. Now," Tasha wheezed, still out of wind from the vicious blow she suffered. "We can't. We're still moving. We need to stop the train," I cried out in protest. She winced and continued. "Too late. We have to go now." She got up slowly to her feet and took the key and moved up a large sliding panel on the wall. Upon inserting the key, it slid back, and there was a train car door which swung to the side and revealed the dark night flying past us at frightening speed. The train was driving over an elevated area of forest, and below us, trees and cliffsides shined jagged and brilliant under the light of the moon. The drop looked lethal, and I swallowed hard, knowing what the likely chance of survival would be from this height. But we didn't have to discuss it, or consider alternatives. The door behind us started to break apart, and we knew they would be on us soon. "There's worse things than a quick death," Tasha said as she smiled at me and hurled herself out of the speeding train. "No, wait!" was all I could shout back when I saw her fly out the door and eventually hit the ground hard. The landing looked bad, but how could it not be with how fast the train was going? I was terrified, but finally spurred into action by the sounds of gunfire, and I heard a bullet smash into the door panel right by where I was standing. I didn't pause again. I jumped. My eyes opened again as I gasped for air. There was a terrible pain in my head, and my arm and my back were on fire, but somehow I survived the fall. I felt my right arm and knew it was broken. I might have a concussion as well, but I was alive. My head was bleeding, and I felt woozy getting to my feet. My left knee was cut up and bruised badly, but I was able to walk somehow. I didn't know where to go, but I thought of the possible danger still present if the train had stopped. Fortunately, I didn't see it on the tracks. I didn't know if they would try to catch us, but maybe they couldn't stop in time to try and follow. Or maybe they didn't care about some escaped meat. Perhaps they knew no one would believe a story like this, and they didn't care to even try and recapture us. Whatever the case was, I didn't know for sure. Neither did I know how long I was out for. But it didn't matter. They weren't there at that moment, and that's what mattered. I staggered to my feet and walked in the direction I thought was back along the tracks near where Tasha had fallen. I stumbled around for a long time, but finally found something in the dark near the edge of a steep slope leading down from the tracks, and my heart sank. It was Tasha. She was there laying splayed out on the ground, a large puddle of blood near her head from where she had smashed into some nearby stones. I bent down to check on her, but there was no heartbeat, no pulse. She was dead. I leaned forward and cradled her head. I didn't even really know her, but she had helped me escape that horrific train, and she had been killed on the precipice of freedom. I sat there with her, crying to her and to myself about the horrors of our experience for a while. After some time, I stood up, and despite my ravaged body and ruined arm, I began stacking rocks and doing my best to bury what remained of her, rock by rock. I don't know how long it took, but the sun was peeking through the clouds at this point, so it must have been early morning. I tried to leave a path as I walked away from her and onto whatever was in this direction, but her remains were never discovered again. I walked for what felt like another entire day, almost collapsing from exhaustion before I finally reached the outskirts of some little town. I staggered onto a street and collapsed near a rural bus stop, and someone driving by stopped their car to check on me. I was so dehydrated I could barely speak, but they took me to a hospital, and from there I had a chance to recover a bit. The police were brought in to see what had happened, and I told them the truth that I had fallen off a train. They were suspicious since they may have thought I was a vagrant and had been riding on a train illegally. I told them I was taken on the train against my will and that others were also, but they just rolled their eyes. And I knew they thought I was some sort of crazy train hobo, making up stories to avoid getting locked up. Fortunately, they didn't press the subject, and I was able to leave the hospital without criminal charges. Unfortunately, it had also begun a pattern with my attempts at trying to get law enforcement involved in this, and they left without any indication that an investigation would take place to try and see what happened, or to try and catch the psychopaths operating that horrible train. I was still in bad shape once I left. I did manage to figure out where I was, and eventually got a ride back to my hometown. I got home uneventfully, and since then, I've tried to look up other accounts of the train and people going missing, but nothing concrete has ever been established. All I could find is rumors and secondhand accounts. Dave was declared missing when he dropped out of contact with his family. I felt horrible, because I knew what they didn't. He was never coming back. I don't know who these people were, and how far their influence spreads, but please be careful around any suspicious trains at night. I'm sure they're still out there kidnapping people and serving them to their horrific patrons. I can't prove it, but I know. I lived it. And I hope to God none of you have to live through it too, or you may wish that you hadn't. I need to double check the locks again. It's gonna be a long night. There seems to be a lot of trains coming and going tonight in particular, and I fear that one of them may be that train.
It started with a text from my friend Alex. "She's alive in there." Alex had lost his fiancée Karen 6 months earlier in a car accident. He'd taken it about as hard as anyone could, and as much as anyone tried to help, he just seemed to keep sinking deeper into his depression. I had already started to worry about his mental state. It was obvious that he was heading towards a place where he was going to end up hurting himself or killing himself. I and others had already tried to get him help, but it was rare he would even speak to us or leave his house. When I got the text, it was nearly 1 a.m, and I was getting ready for bed. I hadn't actually heard from Alex in 3 weeks, so seeing his name pop up on my phone was surprising. The text simply said, "She's alive in there," followed by, "I need your help." The third text was an address. I punched it into my phone and saw the GPS give me directions towards the cemetery where Karen was buried. I felt an instant lump in my throat and a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. It wasn't hard to put together what had happened. Alex had become unhinged. He thought Karen was alive, and he was going to dig her body up. I stared down at my phone and thought about calling 911, telling them what was about to happen. But ultimately, I decided to go get him myself. Alex was my friend, and he was right about one thing. He needed my help. When I arrived at the cemetery, the gates were locked, but the wall was scaled with little effort. I huffed and sighed as I dropped down on the other side and started looking for Karen's grave. It didn't take me long to spot a dim orange light off in the distance. I could even faintly hear the sounds of someone digging. I was too late. He'd already started. I checked my pocket for my phone. In case he wouldn't come with me, I decided I would call the cops. He needed help, and I was going to make sure he got it no matter what. As I approached the gravesite, I saw him digging furiously. He'd already made it down a few feet. He looked up at me briefly and smiled. He was lit only by the lantern set next to the headstone, and the low, dim orange light gave him an almost sinister appearance. "I see you got my message." He looked horrible. His body was thin and emaciated. Dark circles were prominent under his eyes, and he was covered in filth from digging. I did. It was all I could manage to say as I stood there staring at my friend, who looked like he was dying. "Good. I brought an extra shovel." He nodded towards the pile of dirt he'd made, where another shovel stood, stuck in the ground. "Give me a hand here. We gotta get her out." He returned to work. I walked towards the grave with my hand outstretched, ready to appeal. I didn't know what to say, though. The sight was so unnerving and sad. He and I were friends. I was supposed to be the best man at his wedding. The words were stuck in my throat, and I felt more like I was just gonna start crying. Alex looked up at me again, a confused look on his face. "Dude, are you just gonna stand there?" He laughed a little and tossed out another shovel full of dirt. "Come on, grab the shovel and help me out here." "Alex." I choked back the sadness I felt and tried to keep myself composed to some degree. "Alex, Karen is dead." He finally stopped digging. I watched as he slowly turned his head towards me. His face was somber and was so gaunt it almost seemed like his skin was hanging off his skull. I saw behind his eyes that his brain was attempting to apply reason, to see what I said as truth. Suddenly, he shook his head no like a spoiled child that refused to listen. "You don't understand, Adrian. You just don't." He started digging furiously again, and his tone suddenly became indignant. "I asked you here to help me with this. If you weren't going to do that, then just leave." "I'm trying my best to help you, Alex. She talks to me, you know." He interrupted me before I could continue. "I can hear her in my head at night. She tells me that she's down here. I know you think I'm crazy, but I promise you, it's real." The revelation stunned me. I knew Alex had been pretty unhinged since Karen's death, but I never thought it had gotten this bad. I stood watching him dig, unsure how to continue. It started with whispers. I thought they were dreams at first, waking dreams. He continued throwing shovelfuls of dirt onto the pile, never breaking his rhythm to look me in the eyes. Then I started hearing her all the time, Adrian. She's begging me to get her out. "Alex." I paused myself, thinking for a second about how to proceed. "Alex, I want to help you." "Good. Grab a shovel." "No, I mean I want to help you fill in this hole. Then we can go somewhere and talk about what we should do next." He started laughing for the first time since I got there. He climbed out of the hole and stood face to face with me. I could see him gripping the shovel so tightly in his fist. While he'd been digging, I didn't notice the streaks of blood on the wooden shovel handle. I could see it dripping out from beneath his clenched fists as well. He's worked open wounds into his hands already. "Alex, you're delusional. I know you think it's Karen, but it's not her, man. She's gone. It's your grief that's talking to you." I was saying hard truths but kept my voice soft. "We need to get you help." "Adrian." He got right in my face as he spoke. "Fuck you." "Alex, I'm just trying to help." "Help. Help. You've said that word a lot since you got here. But the only fucking help I want is for you to pick up that shovel and dig." He turned his back on me and walked back towards the grave. "I'll say it again. If you're not going to do that, then just
Leave.
He hopped back down in the hole and went straight back to work. Each time he'd thrust the shovel down, he'd grunt, his teeth bared, and his face flushed red with anger. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. I looked down at the keypad, knowing what I had to do next. If Alex wouldn't take my help, I'd have to impose it on him, whether he wanted it or not.
What the fuck are you doing?
He had apparently glanced my way and seen me holding the phone.
Adrian, what are you doing?
I'm calling the cops, man. This is wrong. What you're doing is wrong. And maybe if they take you in, someone can get you what you need. I looked back down at my phone and tapped in 911. But before I could even press send, I saw Alex rushing towards me with the shovel raised to strike. There was a flash of pain, and then darkness. I woke up with a severe headache and could feel blood dried on my face. I went to reach up and touch it, but found my hands were tied behind my back. My feet had also been bound together, and I was laying on the grave next to where Alex was continuing to dig. He'd made a lot of progress while I was knocked out. He was now shoulder deep in the hole, and he was still working furiously. He was bare-chested now, and when I looked down, I noticed he'd torn his shirt up to make my bonds. I could see his ribs peeking through his skin as he dug. It looked as if he hadn't eaten in weeks.
Alex, what the fuck are you doing?
He stopped suddenly when he heard my voice. When he looked at me, his face had become even more skeletal, and his eyes more vacant. Sorry, Adrian, but you were gonna call the cops. I'm glad you're awake now, though. For a second, I thought I'd killed you. He said the last part almost to himself as he went back to work. The lantern cast menacing shadows over the headstone as he tossed out each pile of dirt.
Alex, man, untie me. Right now.
When I'm done. When you see that I'm right. He snorted once and let out a long, tired sigh before wiping his brow. She's down there, man. Can you seriously not hear her? I listened and heard nothing more than the wind rustling the autumn leaves. There's nothing to hear. I struggled against my restraints. It seemed possible to slip free, but it might take some work.
Alex, you're losing it. What's down there is not what you think. It's Karen, but you don't want to see her like she is now. I'm telling you, man, stop this, and let's get out of here.
Everything is gonna be fine, Adrian. I could see the manic smile on his face. She says it'll be just like it was, that everything is gonna be fine.
Nobody is talking to you,
I screamed.
Nobody.
He grabbed another piece of his shirt that hadn't been used for restraints and balled it up. He jumped out of the hole and stuffed it in my mouth, much to my protest. Stop. Just stop. It'll all be over soon, and I'll untie you. We're all leaving this cemetery together. He was still smiling as he clapped me on the shoulder before jumping back into the hole. I watched him dig deeper and deeper down, wrestling against my bonds the whole time. One of them started to feel looser around my hand, and I focused on that. Before I could slip free, though, I heard the clunk of the shovel hitting wood. Alex started digging even faster, clearing all the dirt off the casket.
Karen? Karen, baby, I'm here. I'm getting you out. Alex threw the shovel into the pile of dirt, and the top of his head disappeared down into the hole. My right hand started to slip free. In my head, I knew what would be next, how horrible it would be, no matter how it shook out. I screamed through my gag for Alex not to open it, to not look. But I knew he wouldn't listen to me, even if he understood me. I heard the casket creak and break as he pried it open. Then silence. Far too long of a silence. My hand was almost free, but even if I did get loose, I didn't know what to do. I knew my friend was probably in that hole, devastated, looking at the desiccated body of the woman he loved. But then suddenly, he laughed. Baby, I can't believe it's you. I missed you so much. Then, to my shock, I heard a second voice. A woman's voice. It was Karen's voice. I missed you too, Alex. I knew you'd come for me. I knew it. It was a weak voice, little more than a whisper. I stopped working against my bond, unable to reconcile with my brain what my ears had just heard. It was impossible. Laughter and tears came from within the hole for a few moments. Sounds of complete and utter joy. The sound of lovers reunited under impossible circumstances. Things turned sour very quickly, though, as the sounds of joy turned to screams of terror and pain. Alex suddenly started screaming and clawing to get out of the grave. I could see his hands peek over the side for a moment, then vanish back below like he'd been pulled back down. Karen's voice echoed throughout the night, somewhere behind Alex begging for help. I missed you so much, my love. I went back to work on my restraints, my heart thudding a mile a minute, and the sense of urgency suddenly pushed much further. My ring was having trouble pulling through the cloth, and as I wrenched against it, I saw Alex suddenly appear over the top of the grave, clawing at the dirt to climb the rest of the way out. His face was torn open in a few places, horrible, bleeding gashes on his cheeks. One of his eyes was missing, but the other was staring right at me, begging for help. Just as quickly as he appeared, he was tugged back into the grave with a wild strength. In a panic, I was finally able to free my hand and immediately set about setting my feet free. The sounds of Alex's screams finally died inside the grave, and things went deathly quiet for a few moments. Once my feet were free, I stood up hastily and found myself torn between running and taking a couple steps closer to the grave so I could see inside of it. Part of it was concern for my friend, who may still be alive. Part of it was that horrible train wreck curiosity that knew he was dead and needed to confirm. Mostly, though, it was the fact that I wanted to know what exactly the fuck happened. But suddenly, a pale hand rose from the grave and clawed into the dirt. It was followed by another. Karen's voice rang out through the cemetery and rattled around my head. Adrian? Is that you, Adrian? I've missed you. Come give me a hug. The sound of that haunting, broken version of Karen's voice put an end to my curiosity. and I ran. I turned on my heel and sprinted from the grave faster than I have ever run from anything in my life. The whole time I kept peering over my shoulder, expecting to see her hot on my heels in a torn burial dress soaked in blood. I made it to the wall and scrambled over it in half the time it had taken me the first time. I got to my car and drove away from there as fast as I could. I found myself still checking the rearview mirror, thinking she would be sitting in the back seat or floating behind the car like some kind of ethereal monster. Sometimes I still look behind me, expecting her to be there, saying she missed me, asking for a hug, and ready to finish what she started with Alex. I told my story to the cops, pretty much the whole thing. I left out some of the parts at the end. I simply told them that something attacked Alex while he was in the grave. Due to how mangled and chewed the body was, the coroner concluded that it was most likely a wild dog attack, and my short time as a suspect in the cops' eyes ended. Still, no one could explain why Alex's body was the only body found lying in Karen's grave, and it seemed like no one really wanted to try. We buried Alex roughly 4 months ago. He was my best friend, and it's torn me apart inside. I was there and couldn't help him. I couldn't do anything to stop what happened to him. But as much as that hurts, lately, it's something else that's really been bothering me. About a week ago, I heard him for the first time. In my head, like a soft whisper. It's only gotten louder over time, and I know it's just gonna keep getting louder till I act on it. I'm still alive in here, Adrian. Alex says to me at night, when the world is most quiet around me. I'm still alive. Please, come get me out.
The ferry chugged sluggishly through the choppy water, its engine laboring against the waves. Samuel Reed sat at the bow, his suitcase at his feet, and stared at the silhouette of the lighthouse growing larger on the horizon. Its dark shape loomed against a sky mottled with storm clouds, perched on the edge of the cliffs. He tightened his coat around himself as the wind picked up, biting through the layers. This place had been his late wife Eleanor's idea. At least, it had been, back when there was still an Eleanor. She had been the dreamer, always speaking of adventures in isolated places. The two of them had once spent hours imagining a life far from the noise and demands of the city. Now, he was the one seeking isolation, though not for the reasons Eleanor had envisioned. The condolences from neighbors had started to feel like obligations rather than genuine sympathy. The coworkers who didn't know what to say had stopped trying. He couldn't walk into their favorite cafe without seeing her sitting there in his mind, sipping coffee with that playful smirk on her lips. This job, caretaker of the St. Eris Lighthouse, wasn't a romantic escape. It was a retreat, a way to vanish for a while, to exist in a place where no one would ask him how he was holding up. The ferry rocked as it approached the dock, and the ferryman turned to Samuel. "You sure about this, Mr. Reed? St. Eris ain't exactly a cheery spot." Samuel reached for his suitcase and stood, balancing against the sway of the boat. "That's the point. The ferryman grunted as he handed Samuel his bag. Just know the stories about that place don't come from nowhere. People say there's something wrong with it. Samuel's lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. Ghost stories? Call them whatever you like. Just don't say I didn't warn you. The ferryman cast a furtive glance at the lighthouse and muttered something under his breath as he returned to the wheel. Samuel climbed the uneven path up to the lighthouse, his boots slipping on moss-slick stones. By the time he reached the top, his legs burned and his breath fogged the cold air. The structure, now his home, stood before him, its stone walls streaked with age and damp. A man waited by the door, his coat pulled tight against the wind. "You the new keeper?" the man asked. "Yes, sir." Samuel nodded, setting down his bag. "Samuel Reed, at your service." The man extended a hand briefly. "Connor, you'll want to settle in quickly. Storm's moving in." Inside, the air was damp and smelled faintly of oil. Connor's tour was brisk and perfunctory, pointing out the essentials: the kitchen with its battered stove, the cramped sleeping quarters, the storeroom packed with tools, and finally, the spiral staircase that led to the lantern room. "She's old," Connor said, patting the brass casing of the lantern, "but she gets the job done. Just make sure she stays lit. That light's the most important thing in this place." Samuel tilted his head, skepticism creeping into his voice. "The most important thing for the ships, sure. Or is this the part where you tell me it keeps the ghosts away too?" Connor's expression darkened. "Believe what you want, so long as you follow the orders. I recommend you give my journal a read as soon as possible. It's on the desk near the window. But whatever you do, don't let the lantern go out." Samuel chuckled and did his best to conceal his smirk. "I'll keep the ship safe, Captain." Connor's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing more. After showing Samuel how to ignite and maintain the lantern, he left, his boots crunching on the gravel path as he disappeared into the fog. Alone at last, Samuel unpacked in the tiny bedroom. He set a framed photograph of Eleanor on the bedside table. Her face, captured mid-laugh, seemed to warm the cold, lifeless room for a moment. He thoughtfully traced the edge of the frame with a thumb and let out a shaky breath. "Well, Ellie, here we are," he muttered. "Here goes nothing." As night fell, the storm arrived, battering the cliffs relentlessly. Samuel climbed to the lantern room and coaxed the flame to life. It sputtered and then steadied, casting a golden beam across the black sea. The light swept through the storm, a solitary thread of order amidst the chaos. Hours passed, and the storm grew fiercer. All the while, Samuel sat by the lantern, listening to the wind howl and the waves roar. He didn't expect to feel comfortable. He wasn't sure he even remembered what that felt like. But the rhythmic pulse of the light was steadying, and that counted for something. Then he heard it. "Samuel." The voice was faint, almost drowned by the storm, but unmistakable. He froze. "Samuel." He stood,
peering through the rain-slicked glass into the darkness. His mind raced. Had someone followed him up here? Was this some local prank meant to test the new keeper? "Who's there?" he called, his voice sharp and skeptical. The wind and waves swallowed his words. But then, cutting through the storm with newfound urgency, it came again. "Samuel!" It was her voice. Eleanor's voice. He stumbled back from the window, gripping the edge of the lantern casing. His chest tightened, a rush of disbelief and longing hitting him all at once. "Ellie?" he whispered, but the only answer was the crash of the waves and the taunting whisper of the wind, carrying her name back to him. The storm abated by morning, leaving the cliffs cloaked in a thick haze that clung to the air like cobwebs. Samuel descended from the lantern room with aching legs and a few scarce hours of restless sleep. His mind lingered on the voice he'd heard in the night. Eleanor's voice. He tried to dismiss it as mere exhaustion playing tricks on him. It had to be exhaustion. He brewed a pot of coffee on the battered stove and sat at the table with his hands wrapped around his mug. The lighthouse was eerily quiet now, the wind replaced by the soft creak of settling wood and stone. The silence should have been soothing, but instead, it set his nerves on edge. He caught himself glancing toward the spiral staircase more than once, as if something might emerge from the void above. "Get a grip," he muttered to himself. The sound of his own voice felt hollow in the empty space. After breakfast, he busied himself with the lighthouse's routine maintenance. He checked the lantern's fuel supply, scrubbed the salt from the glass panes, and cleared the gutters of debris. Physical work always helped settle his thoughts, and for a time, he nearly forgot his troubles. But as the day wore on, strange things began to creep into the periphery of his awareness. A faint trace of Eleanor's perfume seemed to linger in the stairwell, growing stronger the higher he climbed. In the kitchen, he could have sworn he heard the soft scrape of a chair against the floor when his back was turned. Each time he checked, nothing was there. By late afternoon, the fog outside began to thicken, coiling like smoke around the lighthouse. Samuel stood at the kitchen window, staring out at the sea. The horizon was invisible, swallowed by the gray. Then came the sound, a faint, rhythmic tapping. He turned his head sharply towards the door. The sound stopped. Frowning, he stepped closer and listened. The tapping resumed, irregular and faint, like knuckles brushing against the wood. Samuel struggled to maintain his composure as he reached for the latch and swung the door open. Nothing. The mist swirled around him, cold and damp against his skin. He stepped outside, scanning the ground and the narrow path leading down the cliffside. There were no footprints in the damp soil, no signs of movement. His grip tightened on the door frame. "Just the wind," he said aloud, though the words sounded disingenuous even to him. The tapping didn't return, but he remained unsettled as he closed the door and bolted it shut. That night, the storm rolled back in with a vengeance. The lighthouse groaned under the weight of the gale,
the glass panes of the lantern room rattling in their frames. Samuel climbed the staircase, the lantern's faint hum vibrating through the walls. He coaxed the flame back to life and settled into the chair by the window, watching as the golden beam cut through the rain. The whispers began just after midnight. Samuel. His breath hitched. It was so faint he wasn't sure if he'd imagined it. But then it came again, curling through the howl of the wind. Samuel. He shot to his feet, his heart thundering. His gaze swept the room, but he was alone. His hand rested instinctively on the lantern's casing, as if its light could protect him from whatever was speaking to him opposite the glass. Eleanor? He called, his voice trembling. Ellie, is that you? The storm answered with a deafening crash of thunder. And yet, beneath the roar, he heard it again. Closer now, more insistent. Samuel, let me in. He staggered back from the window, his mind racing. The voice was undoubtedly hers, but there was something wrong about it. The words were unnaturally smooth, too practiced, as though someone had taken Eleanor's voice and stretched it to fit their own. His hand trembled as he reached for the journal Connor had left behind. He hadn't bothered to open it before, dismissing it as the superstitious ramblings of an old man. Now, he flipped through the yellowed pages, his eyes scanning the scrawled text. The lantern is more than a guide. It is a barrier. If the light fails, the sea will give up its dead. Samuel's throat tightened as he read the next line. They will use the voice of those you've loved. Like masks, they will wear their faces. Do not answer. Do not let them in. Do not trust what you see or hear. The whispers intensified, weaving through the wind like a melody he couldn't ignore. He slammed the journal shut and pressed his back against the wall. Samuel. The voice was outside now, just beyond the glass. He couldn't bring himself to look. You're not real, he muttered, his voice shaking. You're not her. The storm howled in response, and the lantern flickered, its light sputtering for a moment before surging back to its full strength. Abruptly, the voice fell silent. Samuel sat in the lantern room for the rest of the night, his gaze locked on the flame. Whatever was out there, it wasn't Eleanor. That much he knew. But whatever it was, it wanted him to believe it was. The storm subsided at dawn, leaving the lighthouse battered but intact. Samuel, exhausted from another sleepless night, descended the spiral staircase from the lantern room, clutching the journal tightly in his hand. The kitchen felt colder than usual, its chill seeping into the stone walls. He set the journal on the table and ran a hand through his hair, the memory of the whispers still fresh in his mind. The way her voice had curled around his name had been mesmerizing, stoking his memories, as if it knew just how to unravel him. The words from Connor's journal flashed in his mind. Do not answer. Do not let them in. Do not trust what you see or hear. Samuel exhaled sharply, trying to steady himself. He lit the stove and warmed a tin of soup, forcing himself to eat despite his lack of appetite. Every creak in the lighthouse made him flinch, and he cursed himself for it. He'd come here to escape, to find some semblance of peace. Instead, he was becoming unhinged, chasing specters and whispers. When the meal was finished, he carried the journal to the sitting room and forced himself to read more. Connor's writing was erratic, the sentences scattered across the page as though written in haste. "They wear familiar faces," it read. "The stronger the storm, the closer they come. The light is their prison and their key," it continued. "If it falters, the sea shall give up its dead." This was madness, Samuel thought. Absolute madness. He set the journal down and stared out the window. The mist lingered outside, swirling lazily over the cliffs. He thought of the tapping on the door the day before, and of the absence of footprints in the soil. The thought burrowed under his skin, leaving him uneasy. By mid-afternoon, the wind began to pick up again. Samuel climbed the spiral staircase to check the lantern, its faint hum a reassuring constant in the otherwise empty tower. As he cleaned the lens, the first distant rumble of thunder echoed over the water. "Another storm," he muttered. "Fantastic." He descended to prepare the lantern's fuel supply, double-checking every step of the process. If the light truly was as important as Connor claimed, he wouldn't let it fail. Even if he didn't believe the stories, he wasn't about to take any chances. By nightfall, the storm was in full force. The wind howled, battering the lighthouse with incessant fury. Samuel sat in the lantern room, his gaze fixed on the flame as it illuminated the darkness beyond the glass. And then it flickered. His stomach dropped as the light wavered, the flame shrinking momentarily. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting to the mechanisms. Everything seemed to be in working order. Again, the fire flickered, longer this time, leaving the room temporarily bathed in shadow. The beam swept across the sea, and for an instant, Samuel thought he saw something. An outline against the waves, tall and skeletal, staring back at him. "No," he whispered, shaking his head. "It's the storm, just the storm." The lantern flickered a third time, and this time, the voice returned. "Samuel." It was softer now, almost pleading. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "You're not real." "Samuel, let me in." The voice seemed to surround him, weaving through the gale like a thread pulled taut. He turned his back to the glass, forcing himself to focus on the lantern. He adjusted the flame, his hands trembling as he worked. The light steadied, but the whispers did not stop. "Samuel." He spun around. Outside the glass, something moved. A shadow, indistinct and yet familiar. It swayed as though carried by the wind, and yet its gaze never left him,
His heart hammered as the lantern flickered once more. This time, the flame practically died before roaring back to life, casting the intruder into sharp relief. It wasn't Eleanor. It wasn't human. The figure retreated as the light surged, vanishing into the ether. Samuel's knees nearly buckled with relief. But before he could do so much as blink, the voice called again, louder now. "You can save her. Let me in." He froze. The otherworldly tone of the words struck a chord, cutting through his fear and lowering his inhibitions. For the first time, Samuel considered the request. "You can bring her back." Samuel pressed his back against the lantern's casing, his mind a whirlwind of disbelief and longing. The journal's warning rang in his ears. Do not trust what you see or hear. But what if it was telling the truth? Samuel swallowed hard. The flame wavered again, and for a moment, the room plunged into darkness. When the light returned, the figure was gone, and the whispers ceased. Samuel collapsed into the chair, his hands shaking. He stared at the lantern, its golden glow steady once more. He had come here to grieve and to heal. Now, he wasn't sure he'd leave at all. Samuel sat rigid in the lantern room, doing his best to focus on the task at hand. The whispers had long since faded, but like chains, they wrapped around his thoughts, lingering in his mind. "You can save her," they'd said. The words had burrowed deeply, taking root in the fertile soil of his despair. He forced himself to read through Connor's journal again, desperate for clarity. The writing grew increasingly frantic as the pages went on, full of disjointed warnings about shadows on the periphery and voices in the wind. One phrase stood out among the chaotic scrawl. "The stronger the storm, the thinner the barrier." Samuel lowered the journal, staring at the flickering lantern. He could still feel the heat of the flame, but its light seemed frail against the power of the storm outside. The thought struck him suddenly. With the barrier thinning, the figures in the mist were drawing closer. He set the journal aside and turned back to the window. The storm surged, waves battering the cliffs below, their spray carried high enough to spatter against the glass. And for a moment, lightning illuminated the horizon, and Samuel gasped. A ship. It sat on the waves, impossibly still despite the raging sea. Its tattered sails flapped in the wind, its skeletal frame a silhouette against the light. Figures moved on the deck, their forms warped and indistinct, like reflections in a broken mirror. Samuel stumbled back, the journal tumbling from his lap. He pressed his back against the lantern's casing. The whispers returned, louder this time, overlapping and insistent. Samuel, let us in, they cried. You can bring her back. The voices blended into a cacophony, rising with the wind until Samuel clamped his hands over his ears. Stop, he shouted, his voice breaking. The light flickered. The whisper ceased instantly. leaving a silence so profound it made Samuel's head spin. He dropped his hands, his chest heaving, and peered at the lantern. The flame sputtered once, and then steadied. He wasn't sure how long he stood there, staring at the light as the storm raged on. The ship was gone, swallowed by the darkness, when he turned his attention back to the window. Yet the words lingered, circling his thoughts like vultures. You can save her. The next few hours passed in a daze. Samuel tended to the lantern mechanically, refueling and adjusting the mechanisms as the storm ravaged the lighthouse. In spite of nature's fury, the flame held steady, its comforting glow piercing the blackness beyond. But the pull of the voices grew stronger with each passing moment. They didn't speak again, yet their promise remained. Samuel's anguish was a raw, gaping wound, and he longed to see Eleanor again, to hold her once more, for just one more night. By the time the storm reached its peak, Samuel had made his decision. He climbed the staircase to the lantern room, his hands trembling as he approached the flame. The journal's warnings echoed in his mind, rebuking the whisper's promises. This is insanity, he muttered. It's not her. It can't be. But what if it was? He reached for the lantern's controls, his fingers hovering over the mechanisms that controlled the flame. The light wavered slightly, casting distorted shadows across the room. Samuel. The voice was different this time, softer, closer, filled with longing. He turned slowly, his heart pounding. She stood in the doorway. Eleanor. Her damp hair clung to her face, and her dress, the one she'd worn on the last night they danced together, fluttered slightly as if caught in an unseen breeze. Her eyes were fixed on him, wide and filled with a mix of love and sorrow. Ellie? His voice cracked. Is it really you? She smiled faintly, stepping closer. You don't have to be alone, Samuel. Let the light go, and we can be together again. Tears blurred his vision as he reached for her, his hand trembling. She was so close now, close enough to touch. But as his fingers brushed her skin, it felt wrong, cold and clammy, like seawater. He pulled back sharply, his gaze flicking to her eyes. They were hollow, the smile twisted, her teeth sharp and jagged. Her features rippled like the surface of disturbed water, and her voice dropped, layered with something ancient and inhuman. Extinguish the flame, Samuel. Open the door. He staggered back, his hand finding the lantern's casing for support. You're not Eleanor, he whispered, his voice trembling. The figure lunged, but at that exact moment, the lantern flared, its light washing over the room in a blinding surge. The wraith let out an ear-piercing scream, then dissolved into the shadows. The lantern's flame sputtered again, dimming dangerously. Samuel turned to the mechanisms, frantically adjusting the controls. His hand shook as he worked,
To his relief, the light steadied. Eventually, the storm began to ease, the howling wind fading to a low moan. Samuel slumped against the wall, his body trembling. The whispers were gone, the voices silenced. But the gravity of what he had nearly done shook Samuel to his core. He'd listened and let her in, let it in, and lived to tell about it. If it hadn't been for the lantern, however, he imagined he might not have been so fortunate. Exhausted, Samuel lowered his face into his hands. And for the first time since Eleanor had passed, he allowed himself to cry. By the time the storm faded completely, Samuel was a shell of himself. He sat slumped in the chair beside the lantern, its steady hum the only sound breaking the heavy silence. His hands rested on his knees, trembling with the memory of what had just transpired. His mind raced, replaying the moment he'd almost extinguished the light, drawn by promises as false as they were alluring. Hours passed as he stared out the lantern room's rain-streaked windows. Dawn brought no comfort, its pale light barely cutting through the haze clinging to the cliffs. He forced himself to move, descending the spiral staircase with stiff legs. Each step seemed heavier than the last, the combined weight of insomnia and dread threatening what little remained of his sanity. The kitchen was colder than ever, and Samuel wrapped a blanket around his shoulders as he poured a cup of coffee from the pot left on the stove. He gripped the mug tightly, its heat seeping into his hands as he sat at the table. Connor's journal lay open before him. Under the present circumstances, the inked warnings sounded more like accusations. The light is their prison and their key. If it falters, the sea will give up its dead. He closed the journal with a snap and shoved it aside. The words had proven true, and yet he felt no relief at surviving the night. Whatever he'd seen, whatever had imitated Eleanor's face, was still out there. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Samuel threw himself into work, cleaning the lantern's mechanisms with near-obsessive precision, and checking every inch of the lighthouse for signs of disrepair. His body ached, his mind screaming for rest, but he didn't dare stop. Stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant remembering the empty eyes and jagged teeth of the thing that had whispered his name. As night fell, Samuel climbed to the lantern room again. The wind had picked up, though it lacked the fury of the prior storm. He ignited the lantern, watching as its golden beam stretched across the vast abyssal sea. "Not tonight," he muttered to himself. "You're not coming through tonight." But the words felt empty, ineffective against such a formidable, unseen enemy. The hours dragged on, the lighthouse groaning softly under the weight of the wind. Samuel paced the lantern room, his eyes darting to the glass panes with every gust of air. Each flicker of movement outside threatened to send him into hysterics. And near midnight, as expected, the whispers returned. "Samuel." He stood, paralyzed. The voice was faint, but he recognized it instantly. "Samuel,
It's so cold out here. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay grounded. The light was steady, unyielding, cutting through the darkness. Whatever was out there couldn't cross its barrier.
Samuel.
The voice grew softer, tinged with sadness.
You can't leave me here. Not like this.
He squeezed his eyes shut, willing it to stop. His heart ached at the sound, a cruel mimicry of Eleanor's gentle tones. "You're not real," he whispered. "You're not her." The light flickered, just for a moment, and he felt the pressure of something pressing against the barrier. He opened his eyes to see the fog outside swirling violently, shapes forming and dissolving within it. Within the maelstrom, however, one shape lingered. She stood again, this time at the edge of the light's reach. Her face was softer this time, her features clear and unmarred. She reached out a hand, her voice trembling.
Samuel, please, just let me in.
He turned away, gripping the edge of the lantern's casing until his knuckles turned white. The journal's warning screamed in his mind. Do not trust what you see or hear. I can't, he said, his voice breaking. I won't. With a shriek, the mist receded, the figure dissolving with it. The whispers faded, leaving only the steady hum of the lantern and the distant crash of the waves beneath the cliffs. Samuel wept. The days stretched into weeks, and the whispers came less frequently, but they never stopped entirely. Each time a storm rolled in, the voices would return, testing his resolve. Samuel learned to live with the routine. Maintenance, isolation, vigilance. The lantern became his lifeline, its light the only thing standing between him and the horrors beyond. One morning, as the sun broke through the gloom, Samuel climbed to the lantern room to find a letter wedged beneath the door. The handwriting was unfamiliar, the words brief. Keep the light burning. Your replacement is on the way. He read the note twice before crumpling it in his fist. A replacement. They were pulling him out. He stared at the lantern, its golden beams stretching far into the horizon. How could he leave? This place had become his prison, yes, but also his purpose. Without him, what would happen? Without the light, what would become of him? Samuel hadn't expected to feel like this, but he felt it all the same. The whispers returned that night, louder and more desperate than ever. This time, Samuel sat beside the lantern, his eyes fixed on the flame, his mind already made up. When his replacement arrived a week later, the lighthouse was empty. The lantern's light still burned, steady and unwavering, its golden beams sweeping across the sea. But the keeper had vanished. Of Samuel, only his meager belongings remained. On the bedside table, there sat a candid photo of a beautiful woman, smiling and laughing, coated in a fine layer of dust. No one ever found Samuel Reed,
but the new keeper swore they could hear whispers in the wind on stormy nights, faint and mournful, carrying a single name: Eleanor. I need help. For weeks, I've been trying to send out a message, but they've all bounced back. I'm hoping this one doesn't. I can't seem to send any kind of messages. Emails and texts bounce back, and any phone calls are met with dial tones. I can send and receive messages and calls from locals, like my friends and family within my town. But any time I try to access the internet or contact anyone outside of my town, nothing goes through. Now, I say I've been here for weeks, but honestly, I have no idea. I can count how many nights I've slept here, but time seems to move differently. The days seem condensed and sped up. I can stand outside and watch the shadows shift on the ground as the sun moves through the sky. Daylight will come and go in what feels like only a few hours, but the nighttime feels like days in itself. Once the sun goes down, time slows to a crawl. I'm typing this from my bedroom, in my home, while my family are all asleep in their rooms. But I don't think they're really my family. I don't think this is really my home. And I don't think this is really my town. There's other strange things that happen here, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. I think I know what night this change happened, and I'll start there. It was about 5 weeks ago, I think. Just before midnight on a Saturday. I was driving back home from visiting my friend, Jess. She lives about 20 minutes away in the next town over, virtually a straight drive down a county road. On my way out to see her, the roads and the weather had been fine, just your average June day, clear and sunny. But sometime throughout the evening, the weather turned. Leaving my friend's place, the sky was clear enough that I could easily see the stars and the full moon that hung bright in the sky. But as I was approaching the town limits, I noticed a light fog forming in the air. Not out of the ordinary, but what was strange was how quickly the light haze developed into a dense and murky fog. I didn't even realize how dense it was until I noticed I could barely see the painted lines on the road in front of my car. I was a little startled. I'd never seen fog so palpable and thick. It looked like if I reached out my window, I could scoop some up in my hand. But it's like it snuck up on me somehow. I carefully slowed my car and switched my high beams to low. I guessed my visibility was only about 3 to 4 feet, if even that. Thankfully, it was a quiet road, especially at night, so I wasn't too worried about encountering other cars. My town also installed streetlights along the road, so even though their light only appeared as a soft radiance through the fog, they still helped a little. Based on where I thought I was on my drive, I only had a little more than 5 minutes or so before I got into town and into my neighborhood. Keeping my eyes focused on the space in front of me, I tried to stay mindful of the road lines to make sure I was staying in my lane. My headlights illuminated the thin stretch of yellow paint, causing it to glow and blend in slightly with the air around it. It was the only thing giving me any semblance of direction and guidance. But between the darkness of the night, the glare of my headlights, and the fuzziness the fog created, my eyes began to ache. I took a second to squeeze them shut, giving them a quick break from the light. And when I opened them, I saw the vague shape of what I think was an animal standing in front of my car. Without a second thought, I slammed on my brakes and turned my wheel to try and avoid the thing, but I was too late. My tires screeched, and I felt the front corner of my car clip whatever was in front of me, hard. It sent me into a tailspin, and I lost track of where I was facing. All I could see was gray. After a second, I felt my wheel slide off the pavement and onto the gravel shoulder. Then the right side of my car dipped off the shoulder and into the ditch. I suddenly jolted to a stop. I sat there in shock for a minute, checking myself to make sure I wasn't hurt and processing what had just happened. I was definitely bruised up a bit and maybe had some light whiplash, but otherwise, I seemed fine. The car was still upright, which was good, but it was obvious the car was leaning to the side, which was bad. I also realized my car wasn't running anymore, which was also bad. Although I couldn't see much, I knew I needed to check the damage to my car. Once my adrenaline calmed down a bit, I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight as I pushed my door open and tried to find footing on the slope of the ditch. I made my way back onto the shoulder and stared down at my car. The whole front corner was totaled. Obviously, I had hit something, but I wasn't going that fast. I expected some damage, maybe some dents and scratches, but the front corner of my car was almost completely caved in. You would have thought I hit a cement block going highway speed. What the hell did I hit? I turned around to see if what I hit, or if anything, was on the road. I used my flashlight to search the pavement, and after combing the stretch of road where I believed I hit whatever it was that I hit, I didn't find anything. I accepted that I wouldn't be able to get my car out of the ditch and moving again, so I pulled out my phone to call a tow truck. Dial tone. I let out a frustrated sigh and went to open Uber. I'd just come back in the morning with the tow truck from town. I waited for the app to load, but it never did. I tried sending a text to my parents, but it didn't go through. I tried accessing the internet. Nothing. My phone was a brick. I felt myself start to panic a little bit. I was stranded with no car and no way to contact anyone on a deserted county road in the thickest fog I'd ever experienced. I thought about maybe waiting for another car to drive by and hitching a ride back to town. But out here, at this time of night, that could be hours. I realized my only option was to walk. Thankfully, I wasn't too far from the town limits. Once I got back into town, I could cut corners, so it would only be about a 30-minute walk back to my house. I grabbed my purse from the car and started on my way. I walked on the shoulder, my phone flashlight illuminating whatever it could in front of me, keeping my eyes and ears alert for approaching cars. As the minutes passed, I started thinking back to the accident. I realized I was so focused on being stranded, I didn't even think about the fact that I'd totaled my car. I wasn't even sure if it could be fixed, and if it could, how much that would cost me. I began to think about what it was that caused so much damage. When the accident happened, I only saw the thing for a split second before my car spun out. It looked to be the size of a deer, but it wasn't standing flat on all fours like a deer typically would. Granted, the thing was moving when I hit it, so it may have been in the middle of a stride or jumping when I made contact. But even still, the more I actually thought about the shape of that silhouette, the stranger and more unnatural it seemed to me. I was starting to feel uneasy, and I tried to wipe the thought from my mind. I kept walking, picking up my pace. A little while later, I saw the silhouette of a rectangle emerging from the fog, and I felt a wave of relief when I realized it was the welcome sign to my town. I walked even faster, the desire to be home and out of this creepy fog ever growing in the pit of my stomach. But as I was approaching the sign, a rustling to my right caught my attention, stopping me in my tracks. I turned my head to see where the sound came from, straining my eyes to try and see through the layers of haze. I scanned the shoulder and the ditch beside it, as a chilled sweat formed on my brow. I stood still, listening. There was no wind, no cars, no crickets, nothing. It was dead silent. And suddenly, I felt small. The dense air around me began to feel even heavier, like the fog was pressing down on me. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. I just wanted to be home. And after a moment, I used the sleeve of my sweater to wipe my eyes. I took a deep breath, giving myself an internal pep talk to keep going. But before I could finish steeling my nerves, a dark shape leaped out from behind the town sign and dashed across the road. I gasped and staggered back, completely in shock. I half-crouched, trying to be as quiet and small as I could, and instinctively reached into my purse to grab my bear spray. I stared at the thing as it lurched across the pavement. It moved quickly, but with an uneven gait, like it was limping. The way it moved was so odd, and I honestly couldn't tell if it was an animal or a person. 1 second, it looked like it was moving on all fours, but the next, it would look like it was on 3, with its chest half lifted. And the odd time it looked like it was running on 2 legs. It was like it couldn't decide which was the best way to move. The only consistent thing about its movement was that it clearly favored its left leg. It was limping pretty severely, and seemed careful to not put too much weight on it. I suddenly felt a wave of dread as a thought flashed in my mind. Was this the thing that I hit? Had it followed me? I watched as the thing staggered its way across the road and eventually fade into the fog on the other side. As soon as it was out of sight, I stood up and took off running. I'd never run so fast or so hard in my life. I didn't hear anything chasing me, but I didn't stop or look behind me. The fog dissipated as I made my way into town, and the air was completely clear in my neighborhood. When I reached my house, I almost fell through the front door and had to sit in the front entry for a few minutes to catch my breath and calm my mind. Once I'd calmed down a bit, I quietly made my way upstairs and crawled into bed. My mind continued to race, reeling with the adrenaline from the night. I half believed I just hallucinated the whole thing, but eventually I drifted off.
thankful to be done with that bizarre and unsettling night. But I was wrong. It was only just starting. I woke up in the morning to the smell of bacon and coffee. I looked at my clock. 8 a.m. I'd gotten home around 1 a.m., but I felt like I'd slept for 12 hours. Geez, I must have been tired, I thought. I rolled out of bed and made my way downstairs, anxious to tell my family about my car and all the weird stuff that happened the night before. As I walked into the kitchen, I was greeted by my mom, who was finishing setting the table, and my dad and brother, who were already sitting at it. The breakfast table had a spread fit for a king. Pancakes, bacon, eggs, fruit, toast, and more. There was even orange juice and Prosecco for mimosas. We were typically a cereal or toast for breakfast type of family, and only really did big breakfasts like this for holidays or special occasions. I asked my mom what the breakfast buffet was for, thinking I'd somehow forgotten a holiday or someone's birthday. "No reason. I was just in the mood is all," she said happily, with a big smile on her face. Odd. My mother usually huffed and puffed when she had to make a big meal like this, but I accepted her response, thinking she was just in a good mood or something. We all sat and ate breakfast as I told them my string of weird events that took place the night before. My parents briefly scolded me about my car, but were thankful that I was okay and made it home safe. My parents were never the helicopter type, and typically left my brother and I to handle our own stuff, but my parents didn't seem overly concerned about my accident, or about the weird creature I saw. They asked next to no questions, and I noticed them shooting strange looks at each other fairly often throughout my story. It was strange, but I assumed it was just them showing quiet concern to each other about what I experienced. As we continued chatting, my brother topped up his orange juice glass, then reached over and topped up mine. A seemingly regular and nice gesture, but if you knew my brother, this was very out of character. Normally, he would have poured coffee creamer in it, or would have accidentally dropped fruit or peanut butter in my eggs. Generally, he was usually a huge pain in the ass. I was left a little speechless. "Thanks?" I said to him, confused. "Yeah, no problem," he said, calmly and casually. No sarcastic remark, no snide comment. "Okay," I said loudly. "Why are you all acting so weird today?" They all stiffened slightly, and I saw a quick flash of something in my dad's eyes. "What do you mean, sweetie?" my mom asked, a hint of something in her tone. "I don't know. You guys are being weird. It's kind of freaking me out. But whatever. Forget it. I think I'm just on edge after last night," I said, trying to convince myself. They visibly relaxed a bit, their demeanor softening. We continued eating, but the air was a bit tense now. I wasn't sure if it was just me, but something felt off. Trying to break some of the tension, I mentioned needing to hire a tow truck to take me out to get my car so it could get fixed. My parents quickly interjected, basically cutting me off, saying that they would call the tow company and have it handled, that I didn't need to worry about it at all. "Oh, okay. Thanks," I said, pushing to add some enthusiasm into my voice. "No problem, sweetie," my mom said, with an eerily wide grin. I noticed her gaze lingered on me just a little too long. After that strange and tense breakfast, I decided to go for a walk to try and clear my head. I grabbed my phone and my purse and headed out, taking my usual route through the small park near my house. I left around 10 a.m. As I walked and took in the fresh air, my mind started to calm, and I chalked up my family's weird behavior to me being paranoid after my night last night, and them just trying to cheer me up. I found a bench beside the pond and took a seat, looking at the ducks floating and bobbing on the water near the other side of the pond. To my right, a little black squirrel bounded over to the pond's edge and turned to look at me. I gave it a little wave, but the squirrel just sat there, staring. Not that I expected it to wave back or anything, but after a minute of sitting there, it didn't move. At all. It wasn't sniffing the air or looking around. Its tail didn't shift. It sat like a statue at the pond's edge, its eyes locked onto me. As silly as it sounds, I started to feel uncomfortable. I slowly stood up and started to walk away further down the path. The squirrel sat still, but its eyes and head followed me as I walked away. I felt a shiver run through my body. What was up with that thing? As I continued down the path, I saw an older couple walking towards me. I recognized them as one of our neighbors, and as we approached each other, I pushed my unease aside and gave a polite smile and wave. Almost in perfect unison, they both waved their hands as huge grins spread across their faces. They didn't say a word, but their eyes had a strange glazed look to them, and like the squirrel, their gaze followed me as I passed them. That was it. Something was going on. I walked a bit faster, pulling out my phone. I had to text Jazz. "Something super weird is going on here. Call me when you can." I texted, then hit send. I put my phone back in my pocket and hurried home. I breezed past my parents when I got back and headed straight for my room. I grabbed my phone to check my texts and noticed its clock said 3 p.m. What the hell? How long was I at the park for? I wasn't really keeping track, but I doubted it was for 5 hours. I opened my messages to see if Jess responded, and saw that my message was never delivered. I tried sending another one, failed to deliver. I tried calling her, dial tone. I could feel that same anxiety from the night before returning. Something wasn't right. My family's strange behavior, my encounters at the park, time speeding through the day, and my messages not going through. All of it was adding up to something concerning and abnormal, but I couldn't understand what. As the days went by, these happenings continued on. Less and less seemed to make sense. I tried my best to keep a straight face, tried not to ask too many questions out loud, and just go along with the unusual behaviors of the people around me. But it was getting harder and harder. About 2 weeks later, I woke up thirsty in the middle of the night. I got out of bed and carefully made my way downstairs to the kitchen to get some water. I rounded the corner to the hallway
and was surprised to see someone in the kitchen. They moved past the kitchen doorway, and I saw it was my dad, likely getting a snack or a drink himself. But at that moment, I realized something. It made my blood run cold. I realized that this was the first time in 2 weeks, the first time since all of this weird stuff started happening, that I saw my dad walking. Every time I'd seen him, he was either sitting or laying down, and any time I saw him on his feet, he was standing still. I hadn't seen my dad walk in 2 weeks, and I don't believe this was just a coincidence. He didn't want me to see him walking, and I could now see exactly why. My hand gripped the wall as I leaned forward, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to retreat back to my room, but I couldn't move. My dad, or whoever this person or thing was, moved through the kitchen with an unnatural rhythm. His shoulders hunched forward, and his movements felt wrong, like they were deliberate but practiced, as if he was mimicking how a human should behave. The most gut-wrenching of all was that he was walking with a heavy limp, favoring his left leg. Then, as he passed by the kitchen doorway, he froze. I held my breath. His head turned slowly, unnaturally slowly, toward the hallway, though his body remained facing away from me. His neck craned until I could see the side of his face in profile. I panicked and ducked behind the corner of the hallway, my heart hammering in my chest. I clamped a hand over my mouth, afraid even my breathing would give me away. I didn't dare peek again, but eventually, I heard the faint shuffle of feet retreating. When the sound faded completely, I forced myself to move. As quietly as I could, I slipped back up the stairs and into my room, shutting the door softly behind me. I didn't sleep that night. My mind raced with possibilities. Was this connected to the creature I hit on the road? The fog? The strange behavior of everyone in town? This place had become a puzzle of eerie silences and distorted behaviors. I needed answers. When I went downstairs the next morning, my dad was sitting at the breakfast table, reading the newspaper. He glanced up at me and smiled. "Morning, kiddo. Sleep okay?" His voice sounded normal, warm even. But my stomach churned as I replayed the memory of his limping figure in the kitchen. "Yeah," I lied. I grabbed some toast and made up an excuse to leave the house, telling him I needed fresh air. He smiled and waved me off, but I could feel his eyes on my back as I walked down the driveway. I paced through the neighborhood, mentally analyzing everything that happened over the last couple weeks. It all clearly led back to one thing: the fog. I was certain it had something to do with the fog. It's now been about 5 weeks since this all started, and soon after the night I saw my dad in the kitchen, I'd started conducting various tests and experiments in secret. I've found that the fog never develops in town, but the fog sits outside of town all day, every day, and it has a pattern. Wednesdays are when it's at its lightest. You almost can't tell it's there. But Saturday nights, it's at its most dense. Following this pattern, I've taken note of changing behaviors of the animals and people in town. I've experimented with sending messages and accessing the internet. I've tried leaving town. When the fog is at its thinnest, it's like nothing exists outside of our town. Texts fail immediately. Calls don't connect to anything. The internet freezes and crashes straight away. The people and animals seem to act more normal than other days. They're more natural in their expressions and movements. But they seem to be less active and more reclusive. I've tried leaving town a few times on foot, since I don't have my car, but it proves pointless. As I walk, I see the world moving past me, but the horizon never gets closer. It's like I'm walking on a treadmill. When the fog is at its thickest, that's when things really get weird here. The people and animals become almost unrecognizable. They still look how they're supposed to, but their behaviors and demeanors become bizarre and unsettling. It's like they lose the ability to hold a conversation, and they always stare just a little too long and a little too intensely. I've tried once to leave town on a Saturday night. As people noticed me walking down the road, every person in the area stopped what they were doing, turned, and watched me. No one said a word to me. No one moved towards me or tried to stop me. But the intensity in their eyes as they glared at me made me feel like something bad would happen if I pushed any further. I got so uncomfortable, I just turned around and went back home. One thing that's given me a bit of hope is that on Saturday nights, calls and texts have shown some promise of going through. None have yet, but there's hope. Calls will ring once before dropping, and I'm able to access some pages on the internet. I have yet to successfully make a post anywhere, but I try every Saturday night. I've made progress in understanding this world, but the more I figure out, the more desperate I am to leave. And I'm gonna try tonight. It's a Saturday, and the fog is just as dense as it was the night I got to this twisted place. I've decided I'm gonna try to venture out of town, into the fog, and see if I can escape this false reality. I'm not sure what the townspeople will do when they see me, but I can't stay here any longer. I'm sending this post out, hoping it will reach someone. Then I'm grabbing my bag and leaving. I'll send an update when I get home, to my real home. Well, if I make it there. Even though I've studied this place for weeks, I still don't know what this town or what its people want. I don't understand why I was swept into this mess, and I don't know what will happen when I try to leave. Wish me luck. I made it. I made it home. To my real home, in my real town. When I left my other home in the fog, there was no telling what I was about to face. It could have been as simple as walking back through the fog. and I wish it had been that easy. The plan was to leave around midnight on Saturday. I wanted to try and match the day and time of when I initially stumbled into this world. I thought that would give me my best chance of getting back home. I spent most of my day resting and planning my journey. I needed as much energy as I could get, and a plan of what to do. Then I waited. Once the clock showed 11:45 p.m., and I heard the rest of my Fogg family head to bed, I set off to go. I rolled out of bed, threw my hair in a messy bun, and stepped into my running shoes. On my way out of my room, I grabbed a sweater and tied it around my waist and picked up my backpack. I wasn't sure how long the journey would be, so I quietly snuck to the kitchen and grabbed a few bottles of water, some bread, and some granola bars and stuffed them in my bag. I also wasn't sure who or what I would encounter, so as I headed out of the house, I passed through the garage and grabbed a crowbar. I paused on the driveway to tighten my shoes and steady my nerves. As I kneeled to place the crowbar on the ground, it accidentally slipped out of my hand and clanged on the pavement. My breath caught. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a light turn on upstairs, from my parents' bedroom. I had to go. I hurried down the driveway and ducked behind a bush to try to get out of view from the house. And truthfully, I crouched behind that bush for a few minutes longer than I meant to. I was so scared. At no point in my being there did anyone hurt me. Everyone acted weird and creeped me out, sure, but no one ever incited violence towards me. But I also never did anything to warrant action from anyone. For the weeks I'd been there, I was always quiet and polite, and mostly kept to myself. The only time I truly felt threatened was when I stood at the town's edge on the night I tried to leave. The intensity in my neighbor's eyes as I walked closer to the town limits was so unsettling. It was frightening. I could feel every pair of eyes on me, and the air felt thick with tension and anticipation. It was like when you're sitting at the top of a drop tower, just waiting for the ride to release and plummet to the ground. I didn't know what would happen if I pushed forward. But as I sat behind that bush, I knew I was about to find out. I glanced at my phone. 11:54 p.m. I had to get going. I needed to be out on that county road for midnight. So, with a shaky exhale, I pushed myself up and hurried towards the edge of town. I did my best to keep hidden and step quietly, but it didn't seem to matter. As I moved closer to the town limits, I began to feel more and more eyes on me. The further I walked, the heavier the air became. It was like wading through something invisible, something thick and knowing. The houses were dark, but I could feel movement behind curtains, the whisper of unseen figures shifting just beyond my sight. At first, it was only a handful of them, watching from their porches, peeking through blinds. But as I neared the edge of town, more and more figures emerged from the shadows, silent and staring. I kept my pace steady, my breath even as my heart pounded against my ribs. I tried my best to ignore the growing sense of doom, but with each step, that was getting harder. The negative presence and pointed stares of the townspeople gnawed at my courage. The fear growing so strong I almost turned back again. But I felt a slight flutter of hope as I saw the vague rectangular shape of the town's welcome sign fade into view. I stepped closer to the sign, knowing I was getting closer and closer to being free of this fog-infested facade. But then, a voice. I froze. "Where are you going?" It was my father's voice. Not my real father, the man who had taken his place in the fog. I turned back to look. He stood in the street, bathed in a dim glow of the street lamp. And behind him, more figures gathered. My mother, my neighbors, the mailman, my classmates. "You belong here now," he said, tilting his head just slightly, his eyes unblinking. I didn't answer. Instead, I ran. I expected to hear the whole town take chase, but I only heard one pair of footsteps, and I knew from the slightly lopsided sounding strides, it was my dad. His leg had healed over the weeks, and he had gotten better at hiding his limp. But in his moment of desperation to keep me from leaving, he was unable to hide his injury. I glanced over my shoulder as I willed my legs to run faster. And sure enough, I saw him lumbering towards me at an alarming speed. At first, I was confused at how he could move so quickly, but after a second of analyzing his movement, I realized it was because he was partially moving on all fours. As he passed under streetlights, I could see his appearance was shifting. He looked uncanny. I couldn't help but let out a scream, and I pushed on even harder. The fog was getting thicker now. I couldn't see anything in front of me except for the lines on the road, the glowing yellow paint my only guide. I didn't know how long I would need to run for, but I didn't care. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but I had to keep going. I had no other option. Behind me, the footsteps were growing louder and more frantic. He was getting closer. My grip on the crowbar tightened as it swung through the air with every step. If I could make it through the fog, if I could lose myself in it again, maybe. And suddenly, to my left, a large, vague shadow emerged from the fog. I jolted to a halt, hoisting the crowbar over my shoulder like a baseball bat. But the shadow didn't move. After a moment, I carefully stepped closer, my heart pounding in my ears, and the crowbar shaking in my hands. As the shadow slowly broke through the fog, I felt a rush of relief. It was my car. I'd made it back to where this had all started. I was almost out. I hoped. As I stood staring at my car, still cradled in the ditch, I suddenly noticed how quiet it was. Where was my dad? Why couldn't I hear him chasing me anymore? Was he hiding? Had he given up? A million questions raced through my mind, but I quickly stopped myself and shook my head. No time to question. I had to move. As I turned to continue my journey through the wall of fog, I heard a faint shuffle behind me. He was still close. I hurried through the haze, keeping my head on a swivel. The fog was so dense at this point, it was almost like the air around me was soundproofed, only letting the odd footstep or grunt reach me. I couldn't tell which direction it was coming from, or how far away he was. It sounded like he was running circles around me, slowly closing in, his footsteps and whispers echoing through the fog. And through the pounding of my heart and the heaving of my lungs, I had a troubling thought. He was toying with me. But I didn't have time for games. With every ounce of willpower I had left, I bolted forward. My feet pounded against the pavement, but the fog was relentless, pressing in on me, clinging to my skin like it was trying to pull me back. My breaths were shallow, sharp, burning in my throat as I pushed onward. And then, a hand, cold and claw-like, wrapping around my wrist. I screamed, twisting violently, yanking myself away. But his grip was iron. My father, or what was left of him, emerged fully from the fog, his form no longer human. His face was distorted, with dry and cracked gray skin poking through what was left of the human skin that was melting and falling off his frame. His fingers elongated and tight around my arm, pulling me towards him.
"You don't belong there anymore,"
he whispered. His voice was layered, distorted, like more than one person was speaking through him.
Stay with us."
No. I swung the crowbar with every bit of strength I had. It connected with his arm with a sickening crack. He howled, a sound that wasn't quite human, but not quite animal, and released me. I stumbled backward and ran. The fog thickened even more, the air buzzing with something unnatural, something angry. I was suffocating, drowning in it, and my legs were about to give out. But then, a glimmer, a shift in the air, a door I couldn't see, but could feel. I lunged forward, diving into the nothingness, desperate. My body tensed, expecting to hit the ground hard. But instead, I fell through. All the while, the thing continued to howl and scream in pain and anger. It echoed through the air as I fell through this portal. And then, just as suddenly as the nightmare had begun, it was gone. The fog, the howling, the air pressing in on me. I gasped, my lungs filling with crisp, fresh air. The night was still, quiet, as if the world had been reset. I was lying in the middle of the old county road, the one that led home, the real one. My body ached, my hands scraped and raw. I pushed myself up and saw the faint glow of streetlights in the distance. I made it. I made it home. Tears burned in my eyes, but I didn't let them fall. Not yet. I couldn't trust it. Not fully. I needed to be sure. I forced myself to my feet, legs shaking beneath me, and staggered towards town. The moment I crossed into the first familiar street, a wave of exhaustion hit me so hard I nearly collapsed. But I kept moving. I had to see my house, my family, my real family. And then, it was there. My home. The porch light was on, a warm, welcoming glow. With a trembling hand, I knocked on the door, and for a terrifying moment, there was only silence. But then footsteps, the sound of a lock clicking, and the door swung open. There she was. My mother. My real mother. Her eyes widened in shock. Oh my God. Her arms wrapped around me, pulling me in, warm and real. I fell against her, finally allowing myself to break down. My voice cracked. I thought I'd never make it back. She pulled back, cupping my face. Where have you been? We've been looking for you for weeks. Weeks. My stomach twisted. Time moved so strangely in the other world. I wasn't sure how that translated here. But time had moved without me. The real world had gone on. My mother ushered me inside, calling for my father. His footsteps pounded down the stairs, his face full of disbelief before he too wrapped me in a tight hug. I opened my mouth. So many words, so many fears clawing their way to the surface. But nothing came out. Because I was here. I was safe. And for the first time in weeks, I let myself breathe. I was finally home. The sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees on Harold's rural property. It was an evening like any other, the kind Harold had grown accustomed to since his wife, Henrietta, passed away 12 years ago. These walks had become a routine, a way to fill the silence that had now defined his life. The air was cool, the woods quiet. Too quiet, Harold thought. The birds had stopped singing, and even the wind seemed to have died down, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. He shook off the unease creeping into his thoughts and pressed on, following the familiar path that wound deeper into the forest. That's when the fog rolled in. It came fast, thick and white, swallowing the trees and the path in a matter of moments. Harold stopped, squinting into the haze. He had never seen fog like this before. Not here, not anywhere. It was so dense that he couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. A cold knot of unease settled in his gut, but he brushed it aside. Fog was just fog, after all. He kept walking, slower now, his steps more cautious. But as quickly as it had appeared, the fog began to lift. Harold blinked, disoriented. The path was still there, the trees still looming overhead. But something was different. A clearing had appeared where there hadn't been one before, and in the center of that clearing stood a well. Harold stopped in his tracks. The well was old, made of crumbling bricks, with a rusty pulley system and a frayed rope hanging down into the darkness below. He knew this forest like the back of his hand, and he was certain there had never been a well here. It didn't make any sense. He approached it cautiously, his instinct screaming at him to turn back, but his curiosity got the better of him. Peering over the edge, he saw nothing but blackness. There was no water, no bottom, just an empty void. The air around the well was cool, almost cold, and Harold felt a shiver run down his spine. Something about the well felt wrong. But instead of leaving, he found himself reaching for the rope. The fibers were rough against his skin, and the pulley squealed loudly as he began to lower the bucket. The sound grated on his nerves, but he kept going until he heard the bucket hit the bottom with a dull thud. It was dry. No splash of water, no echo from the depths. Harold frowned. He began pulling the bucket back up, expecting to find it empty. Instead, there was a scrap of paper inside, along with a small, worn-down pencil. He unfolded the paper, his hand shaking slightly, and read the single line scrawled across it in jagged, uneven handwriting. "What do you want most in the world?" Harold stared at the words, his mind racing. Was this some kind of joke? It had to be, but who would play a joke like this, out here in the middle of nowhere? He glanced around, but there was no one. Just the trees, the fading light, and the well. His heart ached as he thought of Henrietta. It had been 12 years, but the pain of losing her hadn't dulled. If anything, it had only grown sharper with time. He missed her more than words could express. Without really thinking about it, Harold flipped over the paper and wrote his answer on the back. "I want to see my wife again." The pencil felt heavy in his hand, the words even more so. What was he doing? This was ridiculous. And yet, there was a part of him, a small, desperate part, that clung to the hope that maybe, just maybe, something would happen. He put the note back in the bucket and lowered it into the well. The rope slipped through his fingers, and halfway down, the bucket dropped suddenly, the rope going slack. Harold's heart skipped a beat. Had he broken it? But then the tension returned, and he pulled the bucket back up. When it emerged from the darkness, Harold's breath caught in his throat. Next to his own words, a single response had been added, hastily scrawled in the same jagged script. "Tonight." He stared at the note, his mind struggling to process what it meant. Tonight? Was this some kind of sick joke? But who could have done this? And how? A cold fear began to creep over him. The woods, once so familiar, now felt foreign, even hostile. The air seemed colder, the shadows darker. Harold's hand shook as he folded the note and shoved it into his pocket. He didn't know what he had done, but he knew it was something he shouldn't have. The walk back to his house felt longer than usual, the trees pressing in on him from all sides. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him, following him through the woods. When he finally reached his front door, he was nearly out of breath, though he hadn't been walking any faster than usual. Inside, the house was as quiet as ever. He lit a fire in the fireplace, trying to chase away the chill that had settled into his bones. But he couldn't get warm no matter how close he sat to the flames. He kept thinking about the note, the word tonight echoing in his mind. Harold sat in his favorite chair, a photo of Henrietta on the table beside him. He stared at it, his heart heavy with longing and fear. What had he done? What was going to happen tonight? As the hours ticked by, the fire burned down to embers, and Harold's eyelids grew heavy. He fought to stay awake, but exhaustion finally claimed him, and he drifted off to sleep, the note still clutched in his hand. It was the knocking that woke him, sharp and insistent. Harold jerked awake, disoriented, the fire nearly out. The room was cold, the only light coming from the dying embers and the faint glow of the moon through the window. He frowned, trying to shake off the lingering fog of sleep. Who would be knocking at this hour? He checked the clock. 3 a.m. The knocking came again, louder this time, and Harold's heart began to race. He stood up slowly, his joints protesting, and moved towards the door. As he approached, he saw a shadow through the frosted glass, a figure standing just outside. A figure that matched Henrietta's height. Harold froze, his breath catching in his throat. He looked down and saw, through the gap under the door, a pair of shoes. Henrietta's shoes. The ones she had been buried in. Panic surged through him. This wasn't right. This wasn't natural. The knocking grew more insistent. And then he heard a voice. A voice that was unmistakably Henrietta's. But wrong somehow. The words were short, stilted, forced through what sounded like cracked, dry lips.
Harold, open the door.
Harold's blood ran cold. He backed away from the door, his mind racing. He had wanted to see her again, but not like this. Not like this. He had to get out. Now. Moving as quickly as his old legs would allow, Harold made his way to the back of the house, through the kitchen and down into the cellar. His hands trembled as he fumbled with the latch on the cellar door, finally forcing it open and stepping out into the cold night air. From the shadows, he could see the front of the house, the figure still standing at the door. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to get a better look. But what he saw filled him with horror. It was Henrietta, or what was left of her.
Her skin was pale and stiff, with the unmistakable sheen of embalming fluid. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, as if she were a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. Her eyes, those beautiful eyes he had loved so much, were gone, replaced by dark, hollow sockets. Harold's stomach churned. This wasn't his wife. It was something else. Something that had taken her place, using her body like a grotesque mask. He needed to get away, but as he turned to flee, his foot caught on a coil of rope left lying on the ground, and he fell hard, pain shooting up his leg as his ankle twisted beneath him. He bit back a cry of pain, but it was too late. The figure had heard him. It turned, its head jerking unnaturally in his direction, and began to move towards him, its stiff limbs creaking with every step.
Harold, why are you running?
The voice was closer now, and the panic that had been simmering in Harold's chest finally boiled over. He scrambled to his feet, pain be damned, and hobbled as fast as he could towards his truck. But when he reached it, he realized with a sinking feeling that his keys were still inside the house, right where the thing that used to be his wife was now standing. His breath came in short, panicked gasps as he backed away from the truck, knowing he had no choice but to run. The figure, Henrietta's corpse, was moving faster now, a low, guttural cry escaping its throat. Harold turned and fled into the woods, his twisted ankle throbbing with every step. He didn't know where he was going, only that he needed to get away. And as he limped through the darkened forest, the well's presence loomed in his mind. It had caused this. Maybe it could stop it too. Harold pushed through the underbrush, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Every step sent a sharp pain shooting up from his twisted ankle, but he didn't dare slow down. The woods, once familiar and comforting, now felt alien, the shadows deeper and more menacing. Behind him, he could hear the relentless pursuit. Henrietta, or what was left of her, rustling through the trees, her stiff, jerky movements growing louder as she closed the distance between them. He needed to reach the well. It was the only thing that might offer a way out of this nightmare. The idea of returning to that cursed well filled him with dread, but desperation fueled his steps. If the well had brought Henrietta back, maybe it could undo the horror he had unleashed. And finally, after what felt like an eternity, Harold stumbled into the clearing. The well stood there, ancient and foreboding, its dark mouth gaping open like an entrance to the underworld. Harold's breath came in panicked gasps as he approached, his body trembling with fear and exhaustion. The bucket was already on its way up, the rope moving as if pulled by unseen hands. Harold's heart pounded in his chest as he grabbed the rope, helping it along, though his hands were slick with sweat. When the bucket emerged from the darkness, Harold's stomach churned with dread. Inside was another note, rolled tightly like a scroll, with a small match tied to it. His hand shook as he took the note and unrolled it. The words inside were simple, but they sent a chill down his spine.
Are you satisfied? Harold's mind raced. Satisfied? With what? The abomination that had once been his beloved wife? The grotesque parody of life that now stalked him through the woods? His heart clenched with regret as he thought of how much he missed Henrietta and how much he wished he had never answered that first note. This was not what he wanted. This was a nightmare. He flipped the note over and, with the worn-down pencil stub still in the bucket, scribbled a frantic reply. No, stop it. He placed the note back in the bucket and lowered it into the well, the pulley squealing as it descended. The sound of Henrietta's movements in the woods grew louder, closer. Harold's heart raced. The bucket hit the bottom of the well, and for a moment, there was only silence. Then, slowly, the rope began to move again, the bucket climbing back up toward him. When it reached the top, Harold pulled it up with trembling hands. He grabbed the note, his pulse pounding in his ears, and unrolled it. His breath caught in his throat as he read the single word written there. No. Panic surged through him. No? The well was refusing to do what he asked? He looked around, the darkness pressing in on him, the rustling in the trees growing louder as Henrietta drew nearer. He was out of time. In desperation, Harold scribbled one final plea on the back of the note. Please, stop it. But as he moved to place the note back in the bucket, the pulley system suddenly snapped with a loud crack. The bucket tumbled into the well, disappearing into the darkness below with a final, echoing crash. Harold stared in horror at the frayed rope, his last hope unraveling before his eyes. The well was broken, the bucket gone. He couldn't send the note back, couldn't plead for mercy. He was trapped, with the thing that had once been his wife closing in. Harold leaned over the edge of the well, and unsure of what else to do, dropped the note into the abyss. He watched as it fluttered down, disappearing into the darkness. Harold's heart pounded in his chest as he strained to listen, hoping, praying that something would happen. But instead of silence, Harold heard something else, a sound that chilled him to the bone. Something was climbing up the walls of the well, its claws scraping against the bricks. The noise was wet and sickening, like nails on a chalkboard mixed with the sound of tearing flesh. Harold stumbled back from the edge, his breath coming in short, panicked bursts. His mind screamed at him to run, but his body was frozen in place, paralyzed by the sheer terror of what he knew was coming. Then, slowly, a gnarled, clawed hand reached over the edge of the well. It was covered in blood, the skin ragged and torn. A second hand followed, gripping the stones with sickening strength. Harold's mouth went dry as he watched, too horrified to move. The hands held a piece of paper, caked in flecks of dried blood, the edges torn and frayed. Shaking, Harold reached out and took the note, his fingers trembling so badly he could barely unroll it. When he finally did, his eyes widened in terror.
The message was written in blood, not lead, and it was clear, direct, and final. Join me. Harold's knees buckled, and he nearly collapsed under the weight of the words. His eyes flicked back to the well, but the hands were gone, leaving nothing but the cold, dark void. A sound behind him made his blood run cold. The rustling had stopped, replaced by the slow, deliberate footsteps of his wife's corpse as it drew closer. Harold's heart pounded in his chest, the word join echoing in his mind like a death sentence. He looked at the well, at the note still clutched in his hand. The only way to escape the horror that was approaching, to stop the nightmare, was to follow the well's command. But how could he? How could he willingly throw himself into that abyss, knowing it would be the end? But then again, what choice did he have? Henrietta was nearly upon him, reeking of decay, her empty eye sockets fixed on him as if she could still see. Harold could feel the cold, dead breath of his wife on his neck, hear the creak of her joints as she reached out for him. Out of options, Harold climbed up onto the edge of the well, his body trembling with fear and pain. The cold stone bit into his hands as he balanced precariously, legs dangling over the edge, looking down into the darkness below. He didn't want to die, but he didn't want to face whatever was coming for him either. His mind raced, searching for any other solution, any way out. But there was nothing. Nothing but the well, the darkness, and the hands that had written those final, damning words. As Henrietta's corpse reached for him, her stiff, cold fingers brushing against his skin, Harold made his decision. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let go. For a brief moment, he felt weightless, the wind rushing past him as he fell into the abyss. But then the impact came, hard and fast, his body slamming into the sides of the well as he tumbled down. He felt his bones break, skin tear, and then the cold, hard bottom met him with a final, sickening crunch. Pain exploded through his body, his limbs twisting at awkward angles as he landed on the shattered remains of the bucket. Pieces of wood embedded themselves in his flesh, and for a moment, he was sure he was dead. But it wasn't over. Not yet. Harold found himself still conscious, breathing with great difficulty, lying in the cramped, cold space at the bottom of the well. He tried to move, but every part of his body screamed in protest. He was alive, but barely. Before his eyes could adjust to the darkness, he heard it. A soft rustling, like paper brushing against the brick walls as it descended into the well. The sound grew louder, closer, until a rolled-up note struck him gently on the shoulder and fell beside him. Tied to it was a single match. Harold's hand shook as he reached for the match, striking it against the rough stone. The tiny flame flared to life, casting flickering shadows on the cold, damp walls. With trembling fingers, he unrolled the note and squinted at the words written there. On one side, in the same jagged script as before, was the question that had started this nightmare. What do you want most in the world? For a brief moment, hope flickered in Harold's chest. Was this another chance? One last opportunity to change his wish, to alter his fate? He looked around frantically, searching for something to write with. But the well offered nothing. No pencil, no lead, nothing at all. He scrambled at the bottom of the well, his hands searching desperately for the nub of the pencil he had used before, but came up empty. Panic welled up inside him as he realized he couldn't change his wish. He was trapped. As the match burned lower, threatening to scorch his fingertips, Harold's eyes caught sight of something written on the opposite side of the note, in a handwriting he knew all too well. It was Henrietta's, the loops and swirls unmistakable, though the letters were jagged, almost illegible, as if penned by stiff, numb fingers. She had written a single word in response to the question of what she wanted most in the world. Harold. Just then, what little remained of his match burned out, plunging him back into darkness, and a wave of primal terror washed over him as he heard the sound he had dreaded most. The slow, deliberate scraping of another body clambering down the walls of the well, stiff and doll-like in its movements. Henrietta was coming for him. The sound grew louder, closer, as if the very walls of the well were closing in on him. Harold's heart pounded in his chest, his mind screaming at him to escape. But there was nowhere to go. The darkness pressed in from all sides, suffocating him as he heard his wife's stiff, cold limbs scraping closer. Harold could do nothing but listen to the relentless approach of Henrietta's corpse, her movements slow but deliberate.
Harold.
She rasped one final time, her voice a twisted mockery of the woman he had loved. Then, with one final, sickening thud, everything went still. For a moment, in spite of his pain, Harold sat in silence, paralyzed with fear. After what felt like an eternity had passed, and just as he mustered the courage to so much as draw another breath, a bony hand shot out of the darkness, wrapping itself around his neck, and Harold screamed and screamed. Above, the fog began to rise once more, thick and impenetrable. When it later faded, as quickly and as naturally as it had arrived, the well had vanished with it. The only indication that the chasm or Harold had ever been there was a single scrap of paper lying discarded, carried lazily about by a passing breeze. As it tossed and turned in the gentle wind, a single line of jagged, uneven handwriting at times became visible, posing what appeared to be a harmless question. What do you want most in the world?